皆さんこんにちは。第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズが開幕いたしました。私は本日の司会進行を務めさせていただきますフリーアナウンサーの長谷部まなみと申します。どうぞ最後までよろしくお願いいたします。今年は昨年に引き続きまして新型コロナウイルス感染拡大の予防対策といたしましてオンラインでの開催となりました。スタジオ内では審査員の先生方やスタッフをはじめ全員がマスクを着用しての参加となります。皆様にはご不便をおかけするかと思いますが、どうぞ最後までご理解のほどよろしくお願い申し上げます。それでは開会に先立ちまして主催団体であります一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡よりご挨拶を申し上げます。
こんにちは。当協会の代表理事を務めております斉藤と申します。開催に先立ちまして一言ご挨拶申し上げます。今回でですね第4回を迎えますチェンジメーカーアワーズですが、これまでもですね中高生の方々の課題解決に向けた探究活動、そして高い英語発信力によってですね大変貴重な実践活動の場となってまいりました。今回、発表いただくですね、個人10名の方、そして、10のチームの方々もですね、400を超えるエントリーの中から、えりすぐられたですね、非常に高い、実践報告をされるということで、今から大変楽しみにしております。ご存知の通りですね、我々の周り、あるいは世界を見るとですね、この2年以上にも及ぶ、パンデミックがどのような形でいつ収束するのかもわからないという状況、それから、気候変動によってですね、大きな自然災害が日常化している。そして、平和というものがですね、核も脆く、簡単に崩壊してしまうものだということを今我々は目にしているところであります。あなた方のですね、将来もきっとですね、様々な困難であるとか、あるいは課題がですね、山積しているのではないかなと思うんですけれども、それらをですね、皆様の、課題に対する、探究の実践、それから、発信力、そして勇気によってですね、必ず明るい未来を切り開いてくれるものだというふうに私は確信しております。本日皆様の発表される声がですね、世界に届き、多くの人々を勇気づけ、そしてですね、この我々の生きる社会、そして世界をですね、少しでも良い世界にしてくれるということを願いまして、簡単ではありますが、開会のご挨拶をさせていただきます。健闘をお祈りしております。
斉藤代表理事よりご挨拶を申し上げました。ありがとうございました。それでは続きまして本日個人部門で審査員を務めていただきます皆様をご紹介いたします。テンプル大学ジャパンキャンパス学長マシューゼー・ウィルソン先生、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、今日はよろしくお願いします。
一般財団法人実用英語推進機構代表理事東進ハイスクール東進ビジネススクール英語科講師安河内哲也先生。
Hi, my name is Tetsuya Coach. I'm so looking forward to your presentation. Lots of people are watching your presentation, but don't be nervous. That makes me nervous. Okay? 頑張ろう。
個人部門へ The Japan Times Alpha 賞をご提供いただいております。ジャパンタイムズアルファ編集長の高橋俊之様。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。今日頑張ってくださいね。
最後に審査委員長を務められます京都精華大学学長臼比佐子先生。
皆さんこんにちは。楽しみにしております。頑張りましょうね。
以上4名の審査員の皆様に審査をいただきます。審査員の皆様、今日も元気にやっていきましょう。よろしくお願いいたします。
彼らより元気になって。
なんか緊張してないですか皆さん。
ね、
はい、
そう画面の前でね皆さんスタンバイ。
緊張してるとね。
そうそう。
皆さんが緊張しちゃいますからね。
そうです。
我々はリラックスして。
はいはい。私たちもリラックス。皆さんもリラックス。
そうですね。なかなかねオンラインでの開催というのところでちょっと空気感が難しいところがありますけれども、お互いにね心は一つに進めてまいりたいと思います。さて今年もたくさんの学校から応募がありました。 書類審査、動画審査を勝ち抜いてきました本日の出場校をご紹介いたします。個人部門の出場校は、筑陽学園高等学校、成蹊高等学校、長崎県立諫早高等学校、東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校、東京女子学園高等学校、成蹊学院中学校、渋谷教育学園幕張中学校高等学校からお二人、筑波大学附属中学校、早稲田大学高等学院、そしてチーム部門出場校は、和歌山県立紅葉高等学校、松栄女子学院中学校高等学校から2チーム、神愛女子高等学校、福岡県立明善高等学校、神奈川県立光陵高等学校、渋谷教育学園渋谷中学校高等学校、東邦女子高等学校、市川学園中学校、大阪市立昨夜此花中学校、以上の学校にプレゼンテーションを行っていただきます。そして審査員によります厳正なる審査により各入賞者が決定いたします。各部門銅賞1組、銀賞1組、金賞1組が用意されています。またチーム部門から1組、株式会社 JTB 様ご提供のグローバルリンク賞が用意されています。そして個人部門からお一人に株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版様ご提供のザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞が用意されています。なお今回より受賞を逃した方全員に参加賞が用意されています。各賞を手にするのはどの学校になるのでしょうか。それでは用意はよろしいでしょうか。お待たせいたしました。早速始めてまいります。個人部門プレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。早速1校目のプレゼンターにご登場いただきましょう。筑陽学園高等学校玉田結菜さんです。それではよろしくお願いいたします。
AI aid. The goal of my proposal is to provide borderless medical aid using AI. Japan ranked one of the highest medical standard countries in the world. Generally, you can visit a doctor whenever you want to. But then, what's going on following people? I'm dying. Cameroonian man said so and died in 2019. Take me to the hospital. Last year, Sri Lankan woman begged it, but it didn't come true until 2 days before she died. I was really shocked to hear this news. My passion to be engaged in medicine in the future drove me tackling this problem. They were an immigration center of Japan, which has the facility for refugees and detained foreign people applying for a residence card. People are pleading with Japanese government to accept their stays again and again for several reasons. If there are civil wars in their home countries, or if they are really sick, it's very hard for them to return to their home countries. Once they would go back to their nations, they might be killed for certain reasons. So they have no place to return. This is why they apply for a residence card in Japan. However, it's rare to be approved. Here's a chart of world accepting refugees rates. As you can see, it shows Canada has 49%. On the other hand, Japan has 0.4%. Japan is extremely low compared to the other countries. This is how their detention prolonged for months and years. Concerning medical service there, actually, their sicknesses and illnesses are almost left. I found that the advantages of Japanese medical service have not reached to the end. foreigners there can hardly see a doctor in person. United Nations Working Group sent an opinion to Japanese government for improving their human rights. Immigration Bureau Japan officially mentioned that medical system at the immigration center is inadequate. We need full-time doctors and system. This is why medical divide caused 26 deaths since 1993. In fact, Immigration Bureau alone has a tremendous authority towards all of its tasks. Because of too much tasks, officers cannot take good care of them. Obviously, foreigners cannot trust them. So, this is me, and last year, I participated in a presentation training workshop for students, and my team suggested a new function to AI Medical Corporation, Liver, which provides application you can consult doctors online. In our suggestion, by signing up your personal data and answering symptoms along with questionnaire, AI helps you to choose suitable clinic department quickly and accurately. Then, we surveyed to 91 people from teens to 60s. The first question was, have you ever been wondering which department to go? Approximately 62% answered yes. The next was, do you agree to use AI to choose the right one? 86% answered agree. Based on this, we made a presentation and got the second prize. Therefore, I considered how we should adapt Liver application to immigration work and medical divide problem. And I had an idea to add further AI function. By mandating to apply each personal information to AI at immigration and customs, after that, it would manage huge amount of data such as registration and judgment tasks like applying for residence card. In this way, combining Liver application, our suggestion, and also my idea could work efficiently. They would have less office works by counting on AI, and officers can focus on required human power and humanitarian care. Besides, that makes foreigners get easy access to borderless medical aid whenever they want during in Japan. Of course, even in a divided place, such as immigration center also. Their rights to get decent medical service would come true without relying only on officers. That's AI aid. I know that we have lots of issues to carry out this system, but now I'm sure AI aid can stop unnecessary sorrow. It is the key to updating our society cozier one and helping divided people around the world, anytime, anywhere. Thank you, CMA, and thank you for listening.
トップバッターは玉田結菜さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
それでは審査員の方からご質問などをお願いしたいと思います。Okay, judges, do you have any questions? Okay, Masho sensei.
Yes, so thank you very much for that exciting presentation. Very clear, very concise, and your English was incredible. As you were talking, I was thinking about my own experiences coming through immigration during the COVID pandemic. When there's so many people right now at the airport that are focused on health and safety. So the timing of your presentation is very good because Japan has the healthcare, they have the system in place, right? And the question becomes, how do you solve the problem of refugees coming in who need medical aid? One of the things that you talked about was trust, right? You talked about trust and immigration officers being too busy. So I think your ideas are very good, but how do you increase trust from what the immigrants are saying? If someone says, I'm not feeling well, maybe part of the problem is the immigration officer does not believe them. How do you increase trust?
To increase their trust, relying on AI, and officers can focus on required human power and humanitarian care. So we will more talk about foreigners and talk a lot about their countries and deep their relationship and increase their trust.
Wonderful. No, I thank you for your ideas and thoughts.
Thank you. Any other questions? 安越先生お願いします。
Okay, my question is very, very simple. I'm just curious. Do you also do anything to spread your idea to the students in your school? That's my question. In your school, what do you do to spread your idea, your wonderful idea?
In our school, I will do this speech, a little version at English lesson, and I will spread this idea to my classmates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
佐古先生 please.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. So I was wondering also, how do you deal, especially with AI, which is based on data, about the cultural differences? Because that's also one of the biggest problem of trust also. How do you deal with the cultural differences when people come to Japan?
Excuse me, could you say that again, please?
The cultural difference. So, because we come from different culture, so when you explain, I'm sick or I have something, maybe it might mean different thing in different culture. So how do you want to deal with that using your AI aid?
Yes. I think there are a lot of languages in the world. So we will set a lot of languages in AI aid application, and I hope we want to take a lot of doctors from around the world, and we will do a lot of medical system from around the world, and deal with a lot of different countries.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
玉田さんありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
それでは次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。続いてのプレゼンターは成蹊高等学校中島佳鈴さんです。ご準備はよろしいでしょうか。
はい。
はい。それではお願いいたします。
What is one word you would use to describe Japan? I asked this question to my friends from all over the world, such as Singapore, India, Switzerland, Italy, and so on. Beautiful, futuristic, innovative, modern were the most common answers. But are they really describing Japan, or just a surface image of Japan? The first time I heard about poverty in Japan was in 2020. I was watching the news when I heard how 1 in 7 children in Japan were living under the poverty line. And to make matters worse, the numbers are increasing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of schools getting closed, students cannot receive school lunches, causing many to be incapable of having 3 meals a day. Hearing this news came as a shock to me, especially since Japan had been continuously ranked 3rd highest GDP in the world, and I knew from the instant that I wanted to do something to help the situation. It didn't take long to find a way to help. I was walking my dog when I saw a church opening a monthly children's cafeteria. And within 3 days of hearing the depressing news, I found a great way to cause action. A children's cafeteria, or kotomo shokudo, is where children can receive food and other daily necessities for free or for meager prices. I decided to volunteer at this children's cafeteria every month. I help out by offering them food from the supermarket or unopened food from my home. The 3 photos on the left are the foods I have offered in the past. I usually like to bring snacks, canned food, and dried food for around 20 children. The picture on the right is a flyer of the children's cafeteria. Other than just handing the food, I also like to go to the children's cafeteria and volunteer by actually handing out the meals to the children. I believe that the dining table is not only a place to eat, but also a place to grow and form relationships. By eating with a family, children can have a strong bond, resulting in a higher self-esteem. The children's cafeteria is like a big family, and they welcome anyone. Even though face-to-face meals are not offered right now due to COVID, I hope that the homemade meals bring the same joy and love to the children. One day when I was volunteering at the church and handing out the meals, I noticed one little boy jumping around very enthusiastically. I wondered why he was so enthusiastic, and I later on realized that he had found some Kimetsu no Yaiba themed snacks in the children's cafeteria. He was so excited that even his mom had to calm him down. Looking at him made me feel very warm. The second contradiction I would like to mention is English education in Japan. According to the EF English Proficiency Index, Japan's English proficiency is considered low, coming out of 78th out of 112 countries. This is almost unbelievable, especially since Japan was ranked as the country with the highest average IQ in 2021. Fortunately, living abroad for 12 years allowed me to obtain fluent English skills, and I wanted to utilize this. I came up with 2 ways to do so. The first way was to join an organization called Vermilion, run by high school students based in Japan, Singapore, South Africa, and the UK. The 8 of us in the Vermilion team worked together to provide free online English speaking lessons to Japanese students. As a social media director, my job is to promote Vermilion on Instagram by making vocabulary posts and lesson reviews. The second way I like to employ my English is by recommending English books to a Japanese audience. I love reading English books, so I decided to come up with an Instagram account called Eigo Books. I color-code my posts into 5 different colors based on the book's difficulty. Doing so allows my followers to easily find books of their preferred levels. For example, if a follower wants to get used to English by reading graphic novels, they can look out for the blue posts. If a follower wants to challenge themselves by reading complex novels, they can look out for the green posts. Now, I'd like to show you an example of what one of my posts look like. So this is a post based on Virginia Woolf's novel, A Room of One's Own. I always include a short summary of the book in Japanese, difficult new words and their meanings in Japanese, and I always like to add my comment so my followers can understand how I felt while reading the book. It has been 6 months since I started this account, and I have 44 posts and 268 followers. Even though I cannot see my followers face to face, their likes and comments mean the world to me. One follower commented on my post. She was a grandma of 2 boys, and she said that she followed me to start learning English again. I also received a like from one of my favorite #1 New York Times bestselling authors, Colleen Hoover, when I recommended one of her books. I was delighted. Today, I was given the opportunity to explain two contradictions in Japanese society and what I am doing to overcome this. I want to emphasize that any action is influential. You do not need to build a rocket or cure cancer in order to make this world a better place. Even if your activity is small or simple, as long as it's sustainable and you have the passion, you have the power to change this world. By recognizing an issue, asking yourself how you can help, and looking around your surroundings for opportunities, anyone and everyone can influence this world for the better. My cue to cause action started while walking my dog and watching the news. Your cue to cause action might come tomorrow or even today. Thank you for listening.
中島かりんさんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問などお願いしたいと思います。Do you have any questions? Okay, マッシュ先生。
Great. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Two very good examples of contradictions and great suggestions about how each one of us, even through small and simple things, can make a difference. So thank you for that. My question focuses on food security. So the first contradiction that you talked about how you could make a difference by serving in a children's cafeteria in a nearby church. You also mentioned what a big problem this is, right? 1 in 7 before the pandemic are below the poverty line. So my question is how do we spread the idea of helping others? How can we here in Japan make a concerted effort to help those folks who do not have enough food beyond just a cafeteria? What more can we do?
Okay, I think that using social media is a great way to spread voices in action. Like I did in my English part of my presentation, I think that the food waste problem is a big problem, not only in Japan, but also worldwide. So I think that social media in this current generation is a great way to spread action very effectively and very easily. So I think that is one way to spread more attention to this topic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? 安河内先生お願いします。
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. You mentioned the English education in Japan, and as an English teacher, I feel a little responsible. And I also want to make a difference. Okay, so could you give me some advice to Japanese English teachers about how they can improve their teaching styles?
So personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with Japanese English teachers because.
So what's wrong? Why is Japan struggling with English education?
I think there are two concrete reasons why. One idea I think is because Japan is an island country, so we don't really have to learn English in order to live comfortably. Like right now, not a lot of people speak fluent English, but we still live comfortably because I think one reason is because we're an island country. That's one reason I think it is. And the second reason is because of the university entrance exams. And I think that, well, I'm just a student and I don't know if I can make this a big change, but I think that I feel like it's more important for students to prioritize their speaking in English instead of just grammar, because worldwide, we need to speak in order to communicate in English. So I think that is one problem, but I think it is getting very better, and yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。中島かりんさんでした。それでは続いてのプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは長崎県立諫早高等学校岸文さんです。それではお願いいたします。
Enriching our lives by using all of the blessings of the earth. With this in mind, I launched my original brand, Roku, And I'm working hard to produce my original candles by using all of the oranges that are discarded because the appearance is not standard. From now, I introduce my project on solutions for non-standard vegetable waste. All 15 farmers said to me, I throw away non-standard fruit and vegetables in the mountain or the field. In Japan, non-standard vegetable waste is a serious problem. Especially, I paid attention to the waste of discarded oranges because orange is the most wasted fruit in Japan. In 2020, 75.8 thousand tons of oranges were discarded. My hometown, Nagasaki, is the 5th largest orange producer in Japan, so I was very shocked by the situation. I strongly want to solve the food waste problem caused by the disposal of non-standard oranges. I set the goal of reducing number of discarded oranges and raising people's awareness. Firstly, I interviewed 15 farmers. Farmers face a dilemma. They cannot sell cheaper, imperfect fruit and vegetables alongside standard produce because there's a risk of lowering prices. Also, it's very difficult for them to process this imperfect produce because it's too costly and time-consuming. In these interviews, I found it's best to start an upcycling business. In this business, I buy imperfect oranges from farmers, process them to make a new item, and give an added value to the item. Hopefully, the brand new item can enrich people's lives. A developing product is an evolving process. I started with the idea of smoothies. I made original smoothie from local oranges. This is the recipe. However, the number of oranges that can be utilized was very limited. Smoothies couldn't contribute significant reduction of many non-standard oranges at once. And also, it ended up being a one-time tasty product and couldn't raise people's awareness. In thinking of a better solution, I then came up with the idea of cosmetics. I interviewed 2 companies that produce organic cosmetics. However, I discovered that because cosmetics apply to the skin, for safety reasons, it's impossible to use oranges that contain pesticide. So I decided to give up developing skincare product and shift to miscellaneous good. For my final product, I established 4 key components. The product have to be an innovative upcycle product and created from as many discarded oranges as possible and attractive, and a miscellaneous good made from produce even grown with pesticide. Based on these 4 criteria, I put my idea to make botanical soy candles into action. As for Aroma candle, the quality of the essential oil is the deciding factor, so I extracted the oil from the orange peel. Last December, I extracted 160 milliliters of essential oil to make 64 candles. I succeeded in using 100 kilograms of discarded oranges. I explained the procedure that I followed. Like this picture, oil glands are on the surface of the orange peel. So first, peels are removed from the fruit. The peels are crushed to facilitate the extraction of the essential oil components, and then they are distilled. The resulting essential oil is then used to make candles. I asked Sheep Design Inc. to cooperate in creating the end product. I start selling my original candles from this April. My candles contain 3 important features: essential oil, soy wax, and decorations. The first is 2 types of essential oil. Limonene, which makes up 94.3% of oranges, is used as top note. Unfortunately, it's not long-lasting. To make up for this shortcoming, I use frankincense as a base note to create longer-lasting aroma. The second is soy wax. My candles are made from soy wax, which is a 100% natural material, making it environmentally friendly. And the third is decoration. My candles use dried flower that was to be discarded to use as many blessings of the earth as possible. To promote my project and raise people's awareness, I launched my original brand, Roku. My project has received a lot of attention, and the number of followers on Roku's official SNS reached over 1,000 within one day of its launch. Here's one of the messages I received. We know that we are disposing the food that is perfectly fine, but most of us don't know what we can do about it. Your candle gave me a chance to face this challenging issue. At this time, I've succeeded in upcycling the orange peel, and the next is find a way to utilize the inner fruit of oranges. With the cooperation of the Institute of Industrial Science of the University of Tokyo, we plan to develop another upcycled product. The first item from my brand, Roku, will cast light on disposed oranges and help to raise people's awareness of the food waste problem. What if each person takes the first step to deal with this problem? Many small actions can create a powerful force to solve this problem. Through my brand, Roku, I hope that more and more people around the world will share in my vision, enriching our lives by using all of the blessings of the earth. Thank you.
岸文さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆様からご質問などお願いしたいと思います。高橋編集長、お願いいたします。
Okay, thank you, Fumi, for your wonderful presentation. Your presentation was very convincing. You said you extracted oil from orange peels, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm just curious. Can you make a candle out of fruits or vegetables? I don't know what else Nagasaki is famous for, but can you do that?
Yeah. Actually, maybe yes, but I can't say that all vegetables are used as candles because I don't do the experiment. But yes, I want to use other vegetables to make other as a upcycled product.
So the orange is the best choice right now.
Yes, because Nagasaki is famous for oranges.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? 佐古先生、お願いします。
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. The question is very simple. Why candles?
Yes. In the process to come up with the idea of product, I established 4 key components, as I mentioned. To meet 4 criteria, the candles are very appropriate product.
Okay. Now I was wondering if candle means different thing, healing or spiritual or whatever, because candle is using in a lot of culture for that. So I don't know if in Nagasaki you have any specific, attachments to candles. I don't know.
Okay. Another question?
Yes, I am very impressed by your entrepreneurial and innovative spirit. I think to complete this project took some leadership, and you probably led a group of people to complete this candle idea. Who have you asked to assist you in your candle project and your brand?
I'm sorry, could you say again?
Yeah, who has assisted you with your candle production?
Assist?
Assist. Who has assisted you?
A lot of people helped me in this project. Actually, I asked a lot of people. For example, the farmers and the candle makers. And I want to talk about the one of the YouTubers I asked to join this brand, her name is Londis. She's a famous YouTuber among the young generation. I asked her to join me in this project, and she is one of the members of my brand. So yeah, I was helped a lot of people.
That's great leadership, and I hope to buy one of your candles.
Thank you.
How much?
岸さん、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。続いてのプレゼンターは東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校池田隼人さんです。それではお願いします。
Imagine a material that could solve the world's biggest problems. Some of the most prominent challenges the world faces right now are the lack of shelter for all and plastic waste. In fact, there are over 1.6 billion people living without sufficient housing in the world, as well as a staggering 5.25 trillion pieces of plastic in the oceans. What if there was something that could solve these two problems? Something that was so magical, it could be made from literal trash, all the while saving those living in dire poverty and even becoming the future building blocks of our civilization for generations to come. This is the goal of my research, to create sustainable housing materials out of plastic waste. The roots of this project stem back to my early childhood. I was 3 when I lived in Cameroon, Africa. Next to our kindergarten, there was a large area where homeless people often stayed. The sight of these people made me feel an acute pain that I still remember to this day. Fast forward 5 years, and I was living in Paris, France. Our school was organizing a project for water aid as part of a water conservation event by UNESCO, where we researched about plastic pollution in the oceans. Then I had an epiphany. I remember the scenes I saw in Cameroon and wondered, what if I could take these two problems and link them together to cancel each other out? I've created 3 steps in this experiment, which I've conducted in my school science lab. First, in phase 1, I created the samples out of different plastic variants. In phase 2, I evaluated the samples based on each strengths. And finally, I determined the best variants from the results in phase 2. In phase 1, I created 56 samples out of different ingredients using a furnace and an oven toaster, which I would use to test on in phase 2. These different ingredients were biodegradable plastic, PET, HDP, LDP, carbon, silicon, and bamboo. My first plan was to hand cut the plastic from different everyday materials using scissors. However, the plastic did not melt properly, likely due to uneven size and shape. I tried multiple strategies to buffer or smooth out the heat throughout the plastic, to no avail. Instead, I decided to use plastic pellets. As they are made to be easy to melt, using pellets made the experiment go smoothly. Next, right when I thought I could continue, I was impeded by a second hurdle. I wanted to mix the elements carbon and silicon with the plastic. This was to see whether adding something to plastic would make it stronger. However, silicon has a melting point of roughly 1,000 degrees, and melting plastic at these temperatures caused it to literally evaporate, as well as causing dioxin to fume in the process. Right when I was about to throw in the towel, I remembered how plant fibers could be mixed in with plastic to reinforce the material. Using bamboo, which was growing behind my school, I separated the fibers from the bamboo shoots and retrieved them to use for my experiment. After these grueling 5 months, the first phase of my experiment was completed. Originally, I believed that phase 1 would simply be mixing different elements and plastic, but it turned out a lot of improvements and improvisations to size, amount, and combinations had to be made. Finally, I completed a total of 56 samples ready to be tested in phase 2. In phase 2, I tested the 7 different variants against 8 different experiments to test the viability of each as a housing material and what they should have to be considered safe and usable. These 8 different experiments were water, erosion, impact, bending, electricity, freezing, pressure, and last but not least, chemical. One of the improvements I made in the experiment was the bending experiment. I realized that some of the experiments didn't have their own proper equipment, and I had to build my own equipment. Using a clamp, I secured half of a plastic sample onto a table with the other half sticking out. Using a hook, some rope, and a bag, I attached 500-gram weights onto the plastic, slowly adding more weight to see how much the sample would hold under these conditions. Doing so would apply force in a steady and controlled way, allowing me to obtain accurate results, as well as being able to compare each sample's flexibility through size of bending. All of this brain-racking and diligent work was worth it, and the bending experiment holds some of the most important and crucial data in this research. By conducting these 8 experiments, I was able to collect data on the 7 different variants. As these tables show, LDPE was the strongest in the impact experiment, while PET bamboo was able to bend the most in the flexibility experiment, likely because the fibers allowed the plastic which coated it to become more flexible. On the other hand, other variants did not bend as much or completely shattered. From this, I consider these 2 variants to have high potential in advancing to the next stage of my research. Coming across errors and failures, all the while discovering new unexpected results, was an extremely joyful experience. I've been able to come this far thanks to the many teachers and seniors who supported me until the very end. As a future challenge, I'd like to add more novel variants, as well as improve the accuracy of my experiments. I'd like to make this research into a key that could turn plastic waste we now see as trash into the foundations of a greener, more environmentally friendly society. Thank you very much.
池田隼人さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは先生方から質問、はい、安河内先生お願いします。
Well, thank you very much for the wonderful idea and wonderful presentation. I have just one question. Do you work all alone or work with your friends? You said you work with teachers and seniors, but do you work with your friends in a team?
Oh, so in this experiment, yes, sir. So in this experiment, I worked by myself, but as I said before, thanks to the many teachers who supported me, I was able to come this far. But the experiments, I did all by myself.
So do you plan to work with your friends or in a team in the future?
And at this point, I'm pretty sure I want to work by myself. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Sako sensei, please.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I just want to ask a simple but little bit complicated question for you. What is for you the difference between home and shelter?
Yes, sir. So I think a shelter is a temporary home. It's not a place where you stay all your life. I think it's a place where you go if you're home, you can't live in your home, or you have no place to go. A home is a place where that is built and you're comfortable staying.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, I explained a little bit because it's also architect. So to say that, I mean, if you use plastic waste, so it is also about to educate people who use that place, actually. So if you use for shelter, maybe it might not be, like in that sense. So it's good to use in home than shelter. That's the advice I have for you.
Thank you, sir.
Matthew sensei, of course.
So I would like to commend you on your experiment. but even more so about your drive to make the world a better place, to really change a major problem that we have in this world today. My question to you is simple. In terms of your future goals and ambitions, how do you see the proposal and the experiment that you have made playing into your future? What do you want to do with this as you move forward?
Yes, sir. So there are mainly two things I'd like to work on in this experiment. So the first one is adding more variants into my experiments. So for the plastics, I use the 5 most commonly known types of plastics. For example, PET is used as plastic bottles, HDPE is used as plastic bags. These are just a few types of plastics, but there are many more out there, so I'd like to incorporate them as well into my experiments. My second point is to add more experiments into my research. As I said before, I had 8 experiments I used to test on in this experiment, but so I based this on different criterion I thought a housing material should have. But there are many more I'd like to work on, for example, related to safety issues. For example, I'd like to work on a fire resistance experiment, how much a material can hold during fire hazard situations, as well as more useful criteria, such as a sound absorption experiment, how much the material can hold sound and how much it can absorb sound.
Great. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. 池田隼人さん、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
それでは続いてのプレゼンテーターへ参ります。続いては東京女子学園高等学校内海玲子さんです。それではお願いします。
Even at this moment, as I'm giving this speech, somewhere out there in the world, poor people are dying without homes to live, and children are starving with not enough food to eat. That somewhere we might never get a glimpse of. So how can we help them from a distance? Hello, my name is Reiko Chumi. Today, I would like to introduce my donation project and how artwork helps in the process of spreading happiness throughout society. Due to the outbreak of COVID-19, it has become increasingly difficult for people to travel across countries. Many volunteer activities has been canceled. Fortunately, there's still a way we can help those people in need. By making donations. By endowing nonprofit organizations such as Red Cross and Doctors Without Borders, they can promote their social contribution activities all over the world. This is a great way for a majority of people who are unable to volunteer to indirectly support the society. However, I've realized that Japanese people don't donate their money actively. One day as I was going home from school, I saw a group of volunteers from NPO. They were holding panels and asking people to make donations for providing refugees with proper medications. They repeatedly mentioned the name of their organization and tried to get people's attention. However, busy crowds simply passed by, giving them a quick glance. It seemed as if they were more focused on catching their trains. As far as I saw, none of the people passed by pulled out their wallets, nor listened to what they were saying. This sight was astonishing, but I was even more shocked when I found out about the statistics behind the issue. Take a look at this research of World Giving Index conducted by Charities Aid Foundation, CAF. This study provided an insight into the nature of giving around the world, including the act of making a donation to charity. As you can see, Japan scored the lowest among other 114 countries on the list. Are Japanese people cold-hearted then? According to CAF, Japan scored the lowest because organized nonprofits
are a relatively new phenomena in the country. In other words, it doesn't mean that people here are selfish. They're simply not familiar with fundraising activities. So, to raise awareness towards such activities, I came up with the idea to start a fundraising project that would be a good motivator for people to start making donations. The significant thing is to make the process enjoyable so that they would realize how easy and rewarding it is and start donating more frequently. People may ask, but how? I contemplated, searching for a good idea for days until I went to an art exhibition and saw many visitors being entertained by pictures on the walls. I loved drawing from a very young age. I even used to give my pictures away to people I just met. The smiles I saw on those people's faces filled my heart with pleasure. Then I thought, this is it. I could incorporate art in the project. First, I made a collection of original clothes with my pictures printed on them. I then created a website to sell them online and saved all the profits for charity. The shirt, which I'm currently holding, is one of my creations. The shirts are designed to be extra colorful so that the buyers will be motivated and energized by wearing them. This way, I could let them donate with a feeling of joy. When I shipped out the products, I included a little thank you card in each package to show appreciation towards their support. As a result, this project was able to raise 10,000 yen for Japanese Red Cross Society and another 10,000 yen to UNICEF. The money was used to provide shelters for people whose houses got damaged by flood and to help children in developing countries prevent from COVID-19. Furthermore, customers gave me some comments saying that they were happy to be a part of the act of giving in this way, and that this project motivated them to start making direct donations to nonprofits. Through this new style of donation, I want people to see how easy it is, how rewarding it is, and how powerful it is. Right now, I'm gathering funds to aid people in Afghanistan, where numerous families are given no choice but to sell their little children to pay for food. This project is just one small step. Well, there's so much to be done, and so much we can do to make things better. My goal is to change Japanese people's mindsets toward donation. One day, Japan will be the country of givers, the biggest donor to spread happiness throughout the world. Thank you for your time.
内海玲子さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問を伺ってまいりましょう。Do you have any questions? Matthew 先生、please.
So first, thank you for your presentation. Second, thank you for your warm heart and identifying a major issue. At Temple University, at the Japan campus where I work, we're always talking about giving, service, and fundraising, and the difficulties that are here in Japan. One of the differences between Japan and the United States is the government is a big supporter of fundraising and giving and service. The government gives incentives to the citizens to donate and to fundraise. In Japan, how would you encourage the government to support fundraising and giving?
Great, thank you for your question. I would like to make a connection with many artists around the world through internet and probably create like a community of people, not only in Japan, but all over the world to use art to encourage
fundraising, and probably through social media and the internet, encourage Japanese government to implement some plans in order to raise awareness towards donation and make Japanese people more willing to donate.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Sako sensei, please.
Oh, thank you very much for the presentation. And yeah, as Professor Wilson said, so that has been always the problem in Japan. And of course, I'm working president of art school actually, and then we did also fundraising for anime when there were a problem there. And the biggest problem is, what is Japanese people always want something behind the donation. So, but how can you give for free art? So without expecting something. So how do you encourage that? Because what you are saying is always to give back something. But how can you encourage people to give without really expecting something, to give from heart, just for free?
Right. My goal was to make everyone happy, not only the people being supported by the fund raised for them, but people who donate money. So, like through art and by wearing those fun pictures and colorful illustrations, I hope to make buyers happy as well. So I think that's how they can expect their happy feelings in exchange of donating money.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Yasuko sensei, quick question.
Okay. Thank you for the wonderful idea. I might be too old to wear your T-shirt, so
You're never too old.
okay. But actually, so do you have any idea to persuade the older population to donate money for the cause? Older
Yes, of
population
course.
like me.
No, so right now I only have like t-shirts and hoodies, but I'm thinking of creating new lines of products such as clear files and tote bags.
Okay.
Yes.
I would definitely buy your tote bag.
Oh, thank you.
How much?
You want the price now?
How much? 1,000 yen?
It's a donation, so
Oh, it's a
like
donation.
1万円.
1万円. Okay, no problem for me. Okay. Well, I look forward to your tote bag.
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。内海玲子さんでした。ありがとうございました。それではここで一度スタジオ内の換気のために10分間の休憩を入れたいと思います。この後また6人目の方からプレゼンテーションを再開してまいります。引き続き第4回チェンジメーカーアワードにお付き合いください。 第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズ個人部門のプレゼンテーションを再開してまいります。6校目のプレゼンテーターは成蹊学院中学校香川聖堂さんです。それではよろしくお願いいたします。
Hello, my name is Seido, and I would like to talk about students who are no longer attending schools. These students are generally called dropouts in Japanese in English. However, dropout has a negative nuance in Japanese English, so I would like to call these students non-school attendance students in this presentation. I would like to start my presentation with a question. Do you know the percentage of students in Japan who did not go to school in 2020? The answer is 4.6%. This is about 1 or 2 students in a class of 40 students. When I heard this news, I was very surprised. Many people, including me, wrongly believe that non-school attendance students are a minor group in Japan. So I thought it would be a good idea to do some research on this phenomenon. When a student stops attending school, parents, teachers, and fellow classmates try to help them return to school. This is an important support group for them. Counseling is also an important method to try to solve the problems these students have. Also, there are private organizations where students can catch up on their study work, however, these methods do not always work out well. Also, the home environment might not be ideal. Parents might be more concerned about trying to bring their child back to school than listening to their child's reasons for not returning to school. For example, a conversation like this might take place at home. The mother says angrily, "You don't go to school yet too, why don't you go there?" The child answers, "I don't like school. I have no place to stay." I did some research on why these methods do not always work. I discovered 10 reasons why students tend to quit school. Then, I had an opportunity to talk with Mr. Kudo, the school principal of Seiko Gakuin, and Mr. Ishikawa, the school counselor. First, I did a little research online, and this is what I found. According to Japan Foundation 2018, these are 10 main reasons why students do not want to go to school. Since these students are still in their adolescence, even they have a hard time understanding why they do not want to go to school. For instance, number 1 and number 2 are I cannot get up in the morning, or I feel tired. I categorize these 2 reasons as I want to go to school but cannot go to school. As for number 3 and number 4, I put them in the I definitely do not want to go to school category. But what really interests me the most was reason number 7, in which the students stated that they themselves do not know why they no longer want to go to school. Secondly, I also had an interview with Mr. Kudo, the school principal of Seiko Gakuin. He said that many of these students lack self-esteem and need help in regaining the self-esteem they lost. So perhaps by taking some time off from school, these students can regain the self-esteem they lost. Furthermore, parents and teachers should not force the students to come back to school before they are ready. Lastly, I also had a chance to talk with a school counselor, Mr. Ishikawa. He said a lot of the students who have stopped attending school have lost a sense of direction in their life. He further commented that their decision to not participate in school was neither good or bad. He said it's kind of like asking whether white-collar workers are good or bad. He thinks that trying to force a child to return to school against their will was not a good idea. Students should be forced on finding something that could replace the meaning of school instead. In order to solve this problem, I think there are 2 important things we should consider. First, we should respect the opinions of those who refuse to return to school. Understanding their feelings and their reasons for not going to school should be our number 1 priority. Parents need to listen to their children. Students should not be pressured to return to school, but they should be provided a place where they feel accepted, even if that place is not their school. I would like to propose a program that will provide students an opportunity to build back their confidence, not only in themselves, but also in society. I call my new program, Charity Hobby. I believe Charity Hobby would be a great way for these students to re-establish contact with other like-minded students. It is a great way to make new friends. I will briefly explain how Chatty Hobby works. Before starting this program, I intend to contact schools all across Japan and ask them to join. I will ask teachers and students at the schools if they are willing to help students who are no longer attending school. Once this is done, non-school attending students who would like to make new friendships can contact me and tell me their age and their hobbies. Students will be then able to contact other students of the same age and whose hobbies are similar. They can meet each other online, which will be less stressful than face-to-face. So they will be able to talk very freely. This is a very brief example of how it works. You can see real enthusiasts all over Japan get together. Students will be very enthusiastic to meet each other from all over Japan. It is my wish that these students can reconnect with society with this program. The scariest thing about not attending school is losing contact and being cut off from society. But with this program, these castaways can learn how to make new connection with society. School is a place where students can educate themselves, not just through books and lectures, but also through building new relationships with their peers. Academic study can be done alone at home, but how to be with other people is a precious experience that cannot be learned alone. So, Chatty Hobby might be an ideal place where disaffected students can learn how to interact with others. As for now, I completed the research and figured out the concrete plan of this program. So, I am now fully ready to launch Chatty Hobby with this idea. For this to happen, I will need to monitor number of members, meetups, and students who go back to school. These data will improve the program, and I will add new changes to Chatty Hobby as I collect more data. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
香川聖堂さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆様からご質問をお願いしたいと思います。Do you have any questions? 佐古先生、please.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. This is one of the biggest problems in Japanese school. But I was wondering, you asked about you ask school, managers or doctors about why people really don't go to school. But I was so shocked by the result because why they never explained that the school program is not fit to them. So do you have any idea about that? Because they for me they don't go to school because they have high idea. They have high, experiences about school, but it's not responding to them. So what do you think about the side of people who are not going to school? What do you think about the motivation behind that? Because every explanation is just accusing these people because they don't like to go to school, they don't have motivation. But why the school don't explain that the school program and curriculum doesn't fit to certain kids? Why they are not that explanation? Yes.
So as I said, not attending school is not good or bad. It doesn't fit the students' learning style, and I think accusing these students for they drop out or negative nuance things. I think it's not good to make these students have a bad influence on society. Rather, I think it's. People should consider kind new way to educate these kids. For example, in America, there's homeschool, and so there's no concept as dropouts. So I think in Japan, there should be more of this opportunity for these students to learn.
Thank you very much. And then I encourage you to continue your third place proposition.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Matthew Sensei, please.
So I appreciated the reference to homeschooling as you were making your presentation. Being from the United States myself, homeschooling has become increasingly popular, I think, for the reasons that you identified. One idea is to encourage homeschooling in Japan based on different topics. And at the end of the day, your chat function could almost be like an extracurricular activity. And so you could have you could have homeschool during the morning and early afternoon, and then you could have some type of online gaming, maybe someone who's a train enthusiast, right? So that's just more of a suggestion than a question. I guess my question is, to contact all of the schools in Japan takes a lot of effort. So how would you do that?
So I know that it's kind of a big effort to contact all the schools, and I know there might be some schools that I might miss, but I think it's still important to contact all the schools because I think the school, almost all the schools have big diversity, and I think there should be a lot of people from all over Japan and increase the diversity that students should have in the school. So I think even if the student is not going to school, they can have the connection with a lot of people who have different ideas and from different places.
Great, thank you.
香川聖堂さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは続いてのプレゼンターへ参ります。次のプレゼンターは渋谷教育学園幕張中学校高等学校鳴神諒さんです。それではよろしくお願いします。
When I was 10, I kept having this reoccurring nightmare while I prepared to move from Japan to Saudi Arabia. It started like this. I was sound asleep in my room, but at midnight, I would be awoken by a group of men forcing open the door to my house. And before I knew it, I was hiding in my closet, jittering. But from within the closet, I could see that the men were approaching my family. And one by one, my family would disappear as a group of men dressed all in black would take them away. And all I could do at that moment was nothing. When I woke up from this nightmare, I would always be covered in sweat, hopelessness, and a fear of those men in black I somehow knew were Islamic terrorists. But this dream just didn't haunt me in my sleep. It also haunted me while I prepared to move to Saudi Arabia, because I was convinced that my family would be killed by these Islamic terrorists and that I would be able to do nothing about it, just like in my dreams. This was the point in which my 10-year-old self started creating generalized caricature of people who practice Islam as terrorists and scary people who wanted to kill my family. And every time I turned on the news and saw things like the footages of suicide bombers in the streets of Baghdad or ISIS men killing Japanese journalists and uploading it on YouTube, this fear and resentment would grow stronger and stronger. To put it simply, by the time I moved to Saudi Arabia, I was trapped behind the closet doors of Islamophobia, which is a fear of Muslims in Islamic region. But as I opened the door to my new classmates in Saudi Arabia, it was like the heavy closet door that I hid under opened as well. As my new Muslim friends engulfed my darkness with their radiant smiles and luminous laughter, I realized that Muslims were just like you and me. And I finally felt free to exit the dark closet and go back out into the world without the fear of Islam. Without the fear, I learned to write and speak Arabic. I learned about Islam. And most importantly, I got to have the best of friends that I would cherish for my entire life. Unfortunately, that had to come to an end. I came back to Japan 3 years ago, and I enrolled in a Japanese high school. With every day passing so quickly after that, I started thinking less and less about Islam and more about other things like grades, my clubs, or my new friends. This was all until that one conversation 1 year ago. I was talking with my friends, and I don't know how, but the conversation shifted to how I used to live in Saudi Arabia. As the conversation went on, the jokes they told shifted to something more offensive. They were now making fun of me for being a suicide bomber or hanging out with terrorists. And as I listened to those, I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand that my Muslim friends who helped me learn English and who helped me become who I am right now were considered terrorists by people who I equally cared about right now. Therefore, at that moment, I knew that I had to fix that problem. After thinking about it day after day, I came back to realize how my Islamophobia disappeared. And that was through learning about different aspects of Islamic culture that weren't black and white. Therefore, I realized that this problem of Islamophobia isn't something that's too hard to combat. What was needed was more information. That is why I decided to found my school's Arabic Culture Club, where I, alongside my clubmates, will learn about Arabic cultures together through contacting experts in the Islamic region and delivering that to the people in my school. Recently, we had a big event where we were able to use a whole classroom for 2 days to interact with the students in my school, showing them how to write Arabic or explaining like different aspects of Arabic cultures through the usage of props that we created from scratch. At first, I was scared that nobody was going to come. But at one point, more than 50 students visited in an hour. And in total, we guided more than 400 students through the 2 days. After the event, we received a lot of positive feedback, such as this one. My views are changed, I realized my own ignorance, and I really want to learn more. However, I recently learned the problem of Islamophobia is much bigger than within the closeted gates of my school. Audiences, how many Japanese people do you think have negative association with Islam? 20%, 30%, 40%? Wrong. 50.6% of Japanese citizens associate Islam with wars and terrorism, according to a study by Waseda. This is a huge and unjust problem, as this negative association can quickly turn to hate, and that hate can quickly turn and manifest itself in form of things like hate crimes on the streets or things like discrimination. Therefore, after discussing with my club about what we can do, we decided that we were going to go beyond the walls of my school and reach to a wider audience. Here's what our plan looks like. We're going to do 3 key things in 2022. Firstly, media outreach. Secondly, events and workshops. And then thirdly, curiosity. What do we mean by this? First, we do outreach to connect with an audience outside of school by using social media. Since we started our accounts in January, we have amassed more than 400 following, and we've received support from not just the students within our school, but from outsiders as well. We will reach a wider audience in the next months to come. And in order to do so, we post daily content explaining different parts of Arabic cultures. Next, using our following from social media, we plan to host events and workshops for people to learn more and have fun. In the next months to come, we have 3 big events planned already. We planned a class designed for learning to write in Arabic. We have online tours and online expeditions. And we also have game nights designed to interact people in Arabic to everyday lives. In these events, through making it as interactive as possible and through making it as fun as possible, we will make people curious. And because we understand that the problem of Islamophobia needs to be tackled through continuous learning that is driven by curiosity. Many Japanese citizens right now are trapped in a dark closet, constrained by the fear of Islam that prohibits them from learning about the beautiful Arabic cultures. Arabic Culture Club will change this problem. We will liberate Japan from Islamophobia. Thank you so much.
鳴神亮さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問を伺ってまいりましょう。高橋編集長お願いします。
Thank you, Leo. You learned very important lessons through your own experiences, which I think is amazing. My question is, what aspects of Arabic cultures do you particularly want to show to Japanese students who still have bias against Muslims?
Okay, thank you for your question. I can't name a specific part of the Arabic culture that I want to share because through my learning, I learned about various parts of Arabic cultures, like their beautiful art, like their beautiful calligraphy. But in general, to change the preconceptions that these Japanese citizens have and my fellow students have against Islam, I would want to show like the daily lives of Arabic people and the people that are living in Arabic regions and show that they're not that different from us. Like they do similar things and they enjoy life and they're not like filled with hatred. And I want to be able to show that through like showing the everyday lives of these Arabic people.
Thank you.
Yasuko Sensei, please.
Well, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Your school is close to Narita Airport and to the center of Tokyo. Actually, I live in Narashino City, close to your school. Many Middle Eastern people, many people from the Middle East or people who speak Arabic live in that area, I guess. And do you have any plans to work with those people from the Middle East in the future?
I have plans. I don't know if I'm allowed to release the information just yet, but we have another project plan to incorporate the Islamic people and the Arabic people living close to my area to do things like interactive activities with the students in my school or people that are outside of school in general. So we plan to utilize our opportunities and utilize our geographic location as being close to, Narita International Airport and its area.
Wow, that's great. Invite me.
Sako Sensei, please.
Thank you very much. I am Muslim myself, so that's another thing. So, but that's the problem. I think maybe you should work also on the diversity of Muslim people, because not all the Muslims are Arab. And then, like me, for example, like I'm from Africa, I'm Muslim, but usually when I go to schools, people associate me to, can you talk about Arab life or Arab whatever culture? But I don't know Arab culture, but I know Muslim culture actually. So it's very interesting, your project, and if you can work on the variety and then the diversity of Muslim people, that can be great. So, and I have a project in my school, research, and if you contact me, I will put in you in relation with journalists who are in Syria and also professors who work on that.
Thank you so much. I'll take note of that.
いいですね。鳴神亮さん、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
それでは続いてのプレゼンテーターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは渋谷教育学園幕張中学校高等学校柳井綾さんです。それではお願いします。
Hello. Today I'd like to talk about beach cleans and how I reached the idea that we need to build a waste-conscious society in order to better fit into our future. This is Makahari Beach, where I've been cleaning together with members of my school club for the last 5 years. We can only see a few pieces of rubbish here, but if you look closely at each clump, there are many pieces of plastic mixed. Which leads me to the most important problem that I've experienced when doing beach cleans. The plastics are so tiny and there are too many pieces. All of these are only about 2 to 3 millimeters, and we must pick up hundreds of these one by hand. There are other types of debris too. Some are dangerous, like glass shards and even syringes. Others are too large to collect, like this metal barrel here. Moreover, what saddened me was that only 2 weeks after cleaning the beach, it was already full of debris everywhere. Why was the debris endless, and where did it all come from? I did some research and found that about 70 to 80% of marine debris is originally rubbish on land. To solve this problem, I talked with several experts and environmental NGOs and decided to use this rubbish tracking app, Purica, to collect debris. My next plan was to bring in more people to cleanups on land with this app, and I started to look for contacts of nearby elementary school kids. But then came COVID-19. We were stuck in our houses and I was totally stumped. Studies say that there will be more plastics than fish in the ocean by 2050 at this pace. Even while I was sitting at home wondering what I could do, one garbage truck full of plastics was going into the ocean every minute. But what could we do in such limited conditions? Now I couldn't organize group cleanups anymore. After many thoughts, an idea came that the important thing is not how much debris we collect, but how many people become more responsible for the waste we produce. In order to turn around this global crisis, we need to transform our society into a more waste-conscious one. Without changing how each of us think and act on waste, nothing will change. So with this in mind, I decided to start from my own school. After school reopened, I first put effort into involving more junior high school freshmen into our activities. And by recruiting, I've increased the number of members by almost 3 times now to nearly 30 students. Then, I thought of how I could appeal and raise awareness about this waste problem to the minds of the freshmen. I noticed that there was a lot of paper being wasted at my school, so I started a paper recycling program. Using the school's paper waste, we make gift cards and lampshades. Because we meet every week to do these activities, the students touch and expose themselves to waste more frequently compared to when we only went to beach cleans once a month. And I could see the students really begin to think about waste. Through these activities, the new members told me that the way they see waste has changed. They noticed when teachers hand out prints that could have just been a PDF file, and some started reusing the backs of their old prints. Then, they began sharing their activities and discoveries on their own accord. They talked with their families, friends, classmates, and some posted about it on their social media. In addition to these activities, I'm now trying to spread this circle of awareness to Asia, because Asian countries produce the most waste in the world. So far, I've reached out to people in Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Hong Kong, and more. And now, I've started a website where we can discover different environmental actions and learn from each other. This is a place where people from all across Asia share their stories and what they're doing. In our case, beach cleans and paper recycling. By getting to know various people's actions, we can learn more about the waste crisis and find new approaches or perspectives. I'm also reaching out to academics and researchers in Asian countries to ask them what we students and citizens can do. I'm posting articles based on their knowledge and advice to share with more people. In the future, I hope to evolve this website into a platform where we can learn from each other and encourage each other. With the help of younger students, I plan to connect with more people and organize events so that this hub will continue to grow. If we can create a community with a shared purpose, then I believe that our actions that are scattered all across Asia begin to have more weight. My goal is to increase the number of waste-conscious people. They may be few now, but I'm sure they will multiply once each conscious person starts involving others, thus planting the seeds for a waste-conscious future. Thank you.
柳井彩さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問を伺いたいと思います。マティオ先生、お願いします。
So first and foremost, thank you for your presentation. Your desire to clean the beaches, to lead when it comes to recycling, those are things that are very noteworthy, and I encourage you to continue doing those. My question to you and this is something that in the 51 years of my life, I have not been able to understand. Why do people discard trash into the ocean? You talk about raising awareness of waste consciousness. I think that's one of the primary things to be thinking about as you interact with your classmates, people in Japan and overseas. Going to the source. Why do people throw things into the ocean? And what can we do to stop that before it even happens?
First of all, I think that the key answer to your question is that we don't see how waste ends up, because waste is in a cycle. It starts when we first manufacture goods, and then we use those products, and then those products get disposed by either burning them or reusing them or recycling them. But the problem comes when waste goes out of that cycle, and those go into the ocean or into the streets. But if we can become more conscious about waste that's in the whole cycle from the beginning, by trying to reduce and minimize waste, and also focusing on the waste that has gone out of the cycle by trying to contain it within this waste cycle, then I think that more people our whole society will be more waste conscious, and that will lead to a cleaner and more sustainable society.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Coach Sensei, please.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation of yours. And my question is, do you have any plans to visit those Asian countries after the pandemic, of course? And then if so, what do you want to do with the local people to spread your idea?
Actually, I would love to visit each group that I've been contacting across Asia, because they're doing such new, the activities that they're doing are so new to me. And for example, there's this group in Indonesia. They're doing beach cleanups just like my school club, but they use boats to go out into the ocean and pick up the waste that's floating on the sea with nets. And they're also hiring unemployed people and those who lost their jobs due to COVID. And I'd really love to meet them and get to know them more, and also just connect with more people. But I think that part about connecting with people is more efficient with using the internet and social media, because I'm able to do that even during this pandemic. So I'd like to continue both, but would definitely love to visit them once COVID is over.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. And I hope the COVID is over pretty soon.
I hope so too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 柳井彩さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。9校目のプレゼンターは筑波大学附属中学校角本花さんです。それではお願いいたします。
Hello everyone, my name is Hana Kakamoto. Today, I will talk about my idea of water treatment for developing countries. Look at this picture. It shows the children who walk to the water source. They go to far place to get water for life. However, the water is sometimes very dirty and bad for health. The water problem in developing countries is very, very serious. Today, I will focus on this problem. First, I will talk why I chose this goal. Experience in junior high school is the big reason. I watched video about family living in the slums in Philippines, and they were using dirty water throughout the day. I was surprised with that, and I knew that many people can't get safe water in developing countries. Also, I learned that water problem could cause other problems at the same time. Next, I will talk about what is Goal 6. It relates to the solve of water problem, and there are 4 main targets. First, make universal and equitable access to safe water. Second, make adequate and equitable sanitation and hygiene for all. Third, end open defecation. And last is to improve water quality by many actions. This is a fact about water problem. It is predicted that water problem could affect 700 million people by 2030. It's very big amount of people. I also searched about the facts in developing countries briefly. There is lack of technology to provide safe water, and there is less technology to clean water too. Also, there is a lack of financial resources to provide water purification plants. So, many people are suffering from the disease because of dirty water. Then, I wondered how can safe drinking water can be provided in those countries. Then, I learned that we can sanitize water at home. It's more effective and sustainable way than to improve the quality of water sources. Sustainable here means it is able to reproduce at home. After some research, the idea of water treatment has come up. There were several ways to purify water with familiar material, and I thought the most efficient way is to filter dirty water. I could use materials such as bacteria and soil, and then I chose activated carbon. The reason I chose activated carbon is the function of it. It attracts minute particles in water by gravity from the surface, and the minute particles will be drawn into a hole of activated carbon, and then they will be not able to go out. This picture also shows the function of activated carbon. So, this is the detail of my activated carbon filter. I'm going to use activated carbon and soil as a filter because it's more efficient and strong effect. As a soil filter, I will put pebble, gravel, and sand in there. Here is my first experiment report. I prepared these materials, and as a subject of experiment, I prepared 3 types of muddy water. Here is the way how to make filter with plastic bottle. First, cut off the bottom of plastic bottle, and then put dried absorbent cotton in there. After that, make layer, and then put gas on the top of the filter, and we can complete making the filter. At first, I was using 2000 milliliters plastic bottle one, but the layer became too thick and it took long time, so I changed into 500 milliliters one. Here is the result of first experiment. From first experiment, and the filtered water wasn't too much clear, and there were just small changes in there. The possible reasons that I can think of is order of layers and structure of filter. So I decided to make better filter and try again. Then I will report about second experiment. I have made 4 changes in there, and I also changed the materials. I have sandwiched stones, activated carbon, and stones like this. Here is the result of second experiment. From second experiment, I get much clearer water than the first one. I think the main reason that I can think of is layer of filter and use of wet absorbent cotton. So I thought many changes will make more high quality filter. There are several things which I have found out during this experiment. First, it's very difficult to clean water by plastic bottle filter. Second, using plastic bottle filter can purify a water little bit. And third, it's very hard to make high quality of filter which you can purify like drinking water and water used in daily life. I want to improve the filter more and make it better than before. If I could improve the filter, people can use it to purify river water and contaminated water. The thing I want to do in the future is to make low-cost and familiar water filter and provide to many developing countries. I want to make stable access of drinking water all over the world. I hope many people will be happy to get the safe water in the future. Thank you for listening.
角本花さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問を伺ってまいりましょう。Do you have any questions? 佐藤先生、please.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and also, this the water problem, clean water supply is really a big problem in developing countries. But your experiences are great, but the problem is you have to get those people involved into the process, because this is their daily life, so they can't wait for all the results. They have to be part of the process, and then you have to go with the easy way, really that they can deal with that cleaning the water they consume. So how do you think about that? So because you say you want to do experiment and supply to them, that will take time, but you have to go there, help them, educate them how to really clean the water themselves, I think. So how do you think about that process, to get them involved into the process?
Thank you for your questions. And actually, I can't I couldn't involve the people during this experiment, and it is one of my challenges for this experiment. So and I think spreading information is very important to if I could spread information, many people will be interested in this technology. So I want to spread the information by some internet or some social media, and then and also I want to hear some needs of the people in developing countries, and then make it better than the product before.
Just something. Yeah, I just want to remember you that maybe you say, for example, from the slum in Philippines. So that means those people, they maybe can't read and write, so they are not literate, and then they can't give you feedback. So it's good to do more practical experience than having this kind of theoretical, experience with them. So, and anyway, I encourage you, to pursue this goal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Matthew Sensei, please.
So thank you for your presentation. My question is simple. What attracted you to this subject matter and encouraged you to start to conduct experiments?
Actually, as I told in the presentation, the video is the most biggest reason, and I couldn't believe that there is those people who can't get safe water, because in Japan most people can get clean water from and drink it. So I was really surprised, and I wanted to change that situation. So that's why it attracted me.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 角本花さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
それでは続いて個人部門最後のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。10校目のプレゼンターは早稲田大学高等学院印南拓磨さんです。それではお願いいたします。
A single laptop can make a change to the entire world. I'm here today to make a proposal to change the entire world and share my story of my project with my group mates. My group project for development of chest X-ray radiography, COVID-19 detection AI. I have lived in India, and 38 million people have been infected with COVID-19. In developing countries, insufficient healthcare is a significant problem. In India, 80 million people live under $1 a day. For such people who suffer in extreme poverty, an infection of COVID-19 can easily be a death sentence. COVID-19 in developing countries is a severe problem. There was a person I knew in India. He had a happy family, had just been promoted in his job. Unfortunately, he was infected with COVID-19. He stayed in the hospital for a long time, and during which even his family were not allowed to see him. In the end, he passed away. I have so many friends from overseas who have been infected with COVID-19. And seeing their tough situations, I really wanted to do something. I'm learning AI with my friends, and I thought that AI could improve COVID-19 treatments, making it cheaper, faster, and more accessible. So I decided to develop a medical AI for COVID-19 treatments, especially for the people in developing countries. AI, or the abbreviation for artificial intelligence, is intelligence demonstrated by machines. Although AI is a powerful tool, it requires enormous skill and patience to develop an AI, medical AI. So 2 of my friends from my class and I have funded this project of developing a COVID AI detection AI with group. We had some previous experience in this field. For instance, this is the Othello board game AI we created. It plays the board game Othello by itself. And to be honest, I, the programmer of this AI, had never defeated the game. In order to reach our objective, we applied deep neural network machine learning, coded on Python, and we processed the learning on the Google supercomputer. 6,054 chest X-ray radiographies and data annotated by a panel of radiographers were used to train the model. In the course of this COVID AI project, we encountered countless number of difficulties. For instance, the Google supercomputer utilization was so complicated that it took weeks to handle it. The AI training required astronomical amount of computational complexity that even the Google supercomputer took a whole week to complete the training session. We stayed on call all day long and worked together. In the end, we devoted the entire 2 months of our summer vacation from morning to night just for this project. Most of the important articles about AI are written in English. So at the beginning, it was heartbreakingly challenging. I had never read scientific articles in English. So it took many hours for me to read a single article. There was even one time when the code was actually written in Chinese. And that time, I felt like almost throwing away my laptop. It was really difficult. Every time when we faced huge issue, we felt like this project was almost impossible to complete. And several times we actually almost gave up. But we kept encouraging each other, pushing ourselves, our boundaries beyond our imagination only for our goal. And in the end, we succeeded. 3 of us really made this project true. Our AI, chest X-ray radiography, COVID-19 detection AI, can detect COVID-19 just like the PCR test. Furthermore, it can roughly diagnose symptoms like negative for pneumonia or atypical appearance. It can also localize opacity on the image. It is said that the accuracy of the PCR test is about 60 to 90%, while our AI model's recall rate was 95%. The PCR test requires special facilities and a lab. Conversely, our AI model only needs a single laptop. After the examination, the PCR test requires a few hours to give a result, and sometimes a day, while our AI model gives results in a split second. After the examination, the PCR test leaves huge amount of industrial waste consisting of patient's fluid and plastic. Not only it is harmful to the environment, but also it has to be disposed of with extra care and resources. Our AI model only needs electricity. Our AI model has no physical entities. That means it can be transferred instantly anywhere on Earth, such as a region where public transportation is underdeveloped. Our AI is economic, distributable, eco-friendly, and time efficient. I strongly believe that our AI have the potential to drastically change the medical field. Our AI can make healthcare much more accessible for the people all over the world. So yes, a single laptop can make a change to the entire world. Thank you.
印南拓磨さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問を伺いたいと思います。Do you have any questions? 高橋編集長 please.
Okay, thank you, Takuya. I have some questions about how your AI works. So your AI sees an X-ray image of a chest and detects a sign of pneumonia or something, and then tells us if we are infected with COVID-19. Is that how your AI works, right?
Yes, sir.
So my question is, can your AI detect infection even if we don't have any symptoms? Is it possible?
Yeah, I think it depends on how you define the symptoms. For example, when it comes to the visual symptoms, the AI can detect symptoms which even a human can't detect. For example, I am the one who created this AI, but I look at the X-ray radiographies, but I could not differentiate any visible symptoms, but the AI could detect the symptoms. So like in terms of visible symptoms, even if it does not show any symptoms, the AI may able to detect it better than a human doctor. But yeah.
Okay,
so
thank
like,
you.
Oh, right, yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Coach Sensei, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I have just one question. You talked about how you can utilize a laptop or computer,
Yes.
but everybody has smartphone.
Yes,
And do you have any idea of using smartphone more effectively than right now? I mean, we have this app called Cocore, but it doesn't seem it's working. So do you have any idea to use a smartphone more effectively?
I think using cloud will help using smartphone more effectively. For example, our AI works on Google supercomputer, and in terms of computational complexity, there's no way we can use our AI on computer. But the reason why we can use this AI on computer is the supercomputer on cloud does calculation and send data to the laptop. The same thing can go for smartphone. Even the smartphone's calculation power is not really good. We can do calculation on the cloud and send data to the smartphone. In this way, we can use smartphone effectively, regardless of the calculation complexity and power smartphone has.
So in a nutshell, your smartphone can talk with a big computer.
Yes, yes.
On the internet.
So that it can use the calculation power of a supercomputer or on cloud computer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Sako Sensei, one quick question.
A very quick question, because you start your presentation by talking about India, actually. So about also saving people, in a kind of developing countries. So where also maybe this computer may not be useful. So, I mean, I don't know how you try to, help those people to understand or to detect the COVID-19 through your programs without using a computer or AI, but transferring the AI to, as you say, to a smartphone or to use another way? Because, I mean, this is a quite big problem when you want to use it practically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in developing countries.
Mm-hmm. Right now, my AI works on Python, so like it needs special, not really difficult, but the person who uses our AI has to know about Python and then be able to use Python. But as I explained earlier, our AI works on cloud. So maybe we can make a specific device like a smartphone, but it's more simpler way of using it and deliver it in developing countries. And the best part is the calculation is done on the supercomputer. So the device could be cheap. And as long as it can do the internet, it has the internet connection, it works completely finely. So the device cost can be low. So we can distribute a lot of these cheap devices in many, for example, like one device in the village and make the detection and medical treatments and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So our AI's the best part is, as I explained, distributability. Mm-hmm. The device can be cheap and it can be transferred instantly. So I think it works even in developing countries.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Thank you very much. 稲波拓馬さんでした。ありがとうございました。
I mean, if you have electricity, only 2 hours a day.
以上で個人部門10校の発表が終了いたしました。皆さんありがとうございました。ここで一旦個人部門の審査時間をいただきまして、この後13皆さんお待たせいたしました。第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズ午後のプレゼンテーションを始めてまいりたいと思います。ここからの審査員といたしまして、グローバルリンク賞をご提供いただいております株式会社 JTB 企画開発プロデュースセンターグローバルリンク実行委員会日本事務局長及川秀明様にご参加いただきます。及川様、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。よ
ろしくお願いします。
さて、ここからはチーム部門のこちらの10校が登場いたします。ご覧の10校になります。どんなプレゼンテーションが聞けるのでしょうか。楽しみにしてまいりたいと思います。それでは早速1組目のプレゼンターにご登場いただきましょう。1組目は和歌山県立紅葉高等学校ローリエと愉快な仲間たちです。それではお願いいたします。
Hello, we are Koyo High School students. We have been researching the plans for privatizing VLBI. First of all, have you ever heard of VLBI, which stands for Very Long Baseline Interferometry? VLBI is a technology that compiles the data acquired by radio telescopes around the world and analyzes the interference between the different readings, enabling observations equivalent to those of a single large radio telescope. VLBI has also made a significant contribution to the imaging of black holes.
Currently, radio telescopes which can function as a VLBI are operated by the government due to the small number of units and high operating cost. Therefore, there is a problem that only sites out by the government can make use of VLBI. To solve this problem, we decided to expand the low-cost radio telescope to the private sector. By making VLBI available to the private sector, anyone can conduct research using radio telescopes with VLBI capabilities, which will lead to an increase in the number of studies and the number of researchers who can analyze the data obtained by VLBI. In addition, the number of telescopes installed per unit area will increase, which will enable us to collect more accurate data. For these reasons, we have been conducting research with the view that the commercialization of VBI will contribute to the development of radio astronomy and analysis technology.
The following is a brief description of the research process. We will use a small and low-cost radio telescopes to observe the neutral hydrogen spectrum from the Milky Way. We choose to observe the neutral hydrogen spectrum because it has been the subject of lots of previous research and there are many sources of comparative data, so we can learn the basic techniques. After successfully acquiring radio waves, we will build a secondary radio telescopes and compare the data acquired by the two telescopes to analyze the interference between them.
This is the structure of the radio telescope we built. The radio telescope consists of three major parts: an antenna, RNA, and SDR. First, radio waves emitted from celestial objects are reflected by the parabolic surface and collected at the focal point, where they are received by the dipole antenna. At this time, if the mirror surface of the parabola is not correct, the radio waves will not be collected near the focal point. Next, since the received radio waves is weak, we use a low noise amplifier LNA to change the radio waves while suppressing the generation of noise. Finally, a software-defined radio, STR, is used to convert the radio waves from analog signal to digital signals, which are then converted in frequency and intensity information by special application in the PC.
Here's a detail of the results of the operation. At the beginning of the operation, the antenna was fixed to the Milky Way galaxy, and we observed how it changed over time. First of all, please take a look at this image. In this image, the vertical axis shows the radio intensity, and the horizontal axis shows the frequency. In this observation, we are able to obtain a waveform at 1420.46 MHz. As time progressed, the overall radio strength decreased. Since the object we observed was in almost the same direction as the sun, we can say that the antenna is working, because the radio waves from the object we wanted to observe, and the sun attenuated in the same way. Hence the overall decrease in value. In addition, the slight deviation of the frequency found on the position is considered an error of this year. So it is so that the neutral hydrogen spectrum was obtained in this observation.
This time, we are able to build a radio telescope with a diameter of 1 meter up for about 200,000 yen. Therefore, if the telescope we built this time is to be used as a VLBI telescope, it will require an aperture area of 100 square meters, which means that will cost about 30 million yen to build 128 gates or more.
A second VLBI instrument is currently under construction, and after its completion, the influence between the data acquired by the two instruments will be observed. In this study, we fixed the position and direction of the antenna to verify the validity of the observation result. In the future, in order to use the data to measure interference and make it commercially available, we need to keep pointing the antenna at the celestial object we want to observe.
Therefore, we have already created a system that automatically tracks the celestial body we want to observe by including the position of the celestial body, the position of the radio telescope, and the observation. By proceeding with this research, we will increase the number of studies using VLBI and contribute to the development of radio astronomy. That's all. Thank you, President.
ローリエと愉快な仲間たちの皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問を伺ってまいりましょう。Judges, do you have any questions? Please, 安河内先生。
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And, well, I have many follow-up questions, but one of them is, what inspired you in the first place to this study?
when 2019 work for national national team can see the black holes. So I'm inspired by the study. So I'm interested in the VLBI. VLBI is the system of watching the black hole. So I'm inspired by the VLBI.
Okay, thank you. And another question of mine is, your team name is ローリエと愉快な仲間たち. So, who is ローリエ?
Yes.
Oh, you're ローリエ. Okay. Okay. Now I know. I hope everything will work out well and you will get the money you need to build the second one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And any other questions? Matthew Sensei, please.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. My question is are you working with any experts in this field?
大阪ユニバーシティ、大阪プレフェクチャーユニバーシティ of Professor Onishi, Mr. Onishi and Mr. Ogawa and Wakayama Prefecture College, University, Mr. Kishura and the company of Kyo Denshi's Kiboshi, Mr. Kiboshi, and any other student and teacher.
Great, wonderful. Keep up the great work. I'm sure they're very interested in your thoughts and your innovation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. How about Sako Sensei?
Thank you very much. I mean, this is a very challenging question actually, because I mean, for me, it's not really up to date to do research on, as you say, the VLBI, but because there are more, opportunity to do things for data. But why, you think that there is a future in the research of VLBI? Why you believe that there is a future in this research? You understand?
Yeah. VLBI is high cost now. So our privatizing of VLBI is low cost. So researcher, I want to researcher do study and more and more.
Okay. Okay,
Thank you very much. 和歌山県立紅葉高等学校ローリエと愉快な仲間たちの皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。さあ、それでは続いてのプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは福岡県立明前高等学校ゴミ減らし隊です。それではお願いいたします。
Hello, we are ゴミ減らし隊。We want to reduce garbage. How many sheets of paper do you use per day? Have you considered saving paper? During our cleaning time at school, we found a large amount of paper waste in a garbage dump and wondered if we could do something in order to contribute to society by reducing paper waste and food waste. The goal is to contribute to achieving number 13 and number 15 of SDGs. The target is to reduce garbage around us in order to curb deforestation and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. First, paper saving project in a company. We take how much paper was consumed in 3 days in a small company with 16 workers. We found out that 80 sheets of paper were used a day.
So we proposed to the company that they use the bulk of used paper as meal parts. At the end of 5 days, the company saved about 30 sheets of paper a day.
Second, paper saving project in a school. We had about 150 high school students answer questionnaire. Question number 1. Do you know if paper is recycled in your school? And question number 2. Do you recycle used paper? Look at this graph. Almost all students said that they don't know if paper is recycled in their school or not. On the other hand, about half said that they want to save paper but don't know how to do it.
And we researched how many sheets of paper are used by one high school student in about 40 days. The result was like this. Based on this, we suggested the following.
Number 1. We should put the used paper out not the burnable garbage but as recyclable waste. We can do this if we erase all the personal information on the paper. Number 2. If we have used only one side of the paper, we should use the other side as a membered or calculation sheet. Number 3. We should put a recycling box in our room in order to store paper as recyclable waste.
As a result, we were able to recycle 42 sheets of paper that were supposed to be thrown away as burnable garbage and reuse 58 sheets of paper.
We thought we should make use of this result at our school. So we counted how many sheets of paper were thrown away in a class in about 40 days. We found 233 sheets of paper in the box. But among these, only 85 sheets of paper were used both sides. Based on this, we would like to suggest that our school do the following.
Number 1. Use email instead of handouts when giving necessary information to the students' parents. If there is a function for parents to react, teachers can make sure that parents have seen the email. This will lead to saving 620 sheets of paper in one class in about 40 days. There are 21 classes in my school, so this means we can save 30,000 sheets of paper.
Number 2. Use the blank side of paper used for printing quizzes in class. This means using 1,360 sheets of paper in one class in about 40 days. So, in a school of 21 classes, we can reduce about 28,600 sheets of paper. We are going to start these two things next academic year.
If we carry out these things, and many schools do the same, we will be able to save more sheets of paper, and it will be a step to solving environmental problems.
Third, a project of reducing garbage at home. We carried out the project to get rid of food from the garbage in order to reduce the amount of food waste in our house. So we developed an original tool, Mizukiri-chan. It is made from plastic bottle and can be used to get rid of extra water. It's very cute. First, we made it like this, but we couldn't squeeze out water by using it because it requires strong force. So we made a knot like this. By doing so, we can squeeze fluid with less power. So even children can do it easily. Also, it is interesting to have different patterns to suit our taste. By trial and error, we completed the form like this. Let me actually try it. This is food waste. Wow! When we actually used it for 5 days, we are able to reduce the weight of food waste about 9.2%. If we continue these things, we will be able to achieve the targets and contribute to our goal. Let's change the world by doing what each of us can do. Thank you for listening.
ゴミ減らしたいの皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方から質問を伺ってまいりましょう。Any questions? マテウ先生、please.
So thank you for your presentation, and also thank you for the vibrant energy that you brought to our room. So we're very excited about that. So the thing I want to focus on is paper. So the idea of reducing paper use is something that is very important to me. When I started as the president of the Japan campus of Temple University, I told everyone, no paper. I will not sign anything. It all has to be digital. That's very difficult for any organization, but it's possible. So in 18 months, I think I probably have only used 10 pieces of paper total. So your ideas are very, very good, and you've tried it at your school level. So how do you take your idea of reducing the use of paper and expand it beyond your own school?
Okay. First, we gave a presentation in class and spread our action to our classmates, and we told our family these activities. So we have used Mizuki-chan with my family. I think that spreading these activities by using SNS such as Instagram or Twitter is one of the good way.
Thank you very much.
安河内先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much for the very exciting presentation. And my question is, this is the ICT age, so you have wonderful ideas to cut down on the use of paper. But what about using tablets and smartphones for quizzes without using any paper? Do you think it is possible in your school and in Fukuoka Prefecture, where I am from? Using tablet instead of paper, do you think it is possible?
Yes. Recently, we use tablet
Chromebook. Our class.
Okay, thank you very much. They're
Okay,
already
thank you.
using Chromebook in their classrooms. Thank you very much. 福岡県立明前高等学校ゴミ減らし隊の皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。続いてのプレゼンターは仁愛女子高等学校仁愛チーム D です。それではお願いいたします。
Hello, I'm Moe.
I'm Yukino.
And I'm Yuka. Do you know the country which produces clothes the best? As you might know, it is China. Most of clothes which we are wearing today were produced there.
Especially in Uyghur, many clothes are being produced even now. This is the basic information for someone who doesn't know. Uyghur people worship Islam. Also, there are huge cotton fields. So, 83 apparel companies use it and hire Uyghur employees.
However, surprisingly, this is the number of people who are forced to work for the fast fashion brands. They are working at inabusable conditions without any wages, clean workplace, and human rights.
We wondered why this problem happens, and here is the process of this problem that we solved. First, companies tend to obsess over money. Second, in order to increase the incomes, they need more consumers. Third, a company lowers the cost of production. So, as a result, laborers cannot get enough money even though they are working hard.
Although this situation occurs now, almost 70% of 130 people who answered our survey have never thought about this problem. So we've realized that we have to make more people understand this situation. In order to make those problems smaller, we propose one solution. It is the idea of local fashion.
The definition of local fashion is local production for local consumption. In other words, it is a clothes made from local thread or made by the people who are in the local area.
Local fashion clothes are made carefully one by one, so the quality of local fashion is higher than that of fast fashion. Moreover, you can love your own clothes for a long time.
Moreover, there are three additional advantages. Those are regional revitalization, strong relationships, and less carbon dioxide by transportation.
First, regional revitalization. Selling items produced in the local community has a good effect on local economics because more and more people will become interested in the productions which made in local area, and the local income will increase.
Second, relationships. Local fashion allows us to make the regional relationship stronger because the cycle of local fashion is smaller than world trade. Moreover, we can have the opportunity to understand our own area's features through local fashion.
Furthermore, we don't need to spend much energy transporting for long distance, so it's good for environment. Therefore, local fashion has a lot of benefit to us, and that is appropriate to solve the issue of Uyghur.
These are the actual local fashion productions made in our town, Fukui City, named Saisa. And these are the productions of this local fashion company. According to the interview, their local fashions helps the local situations more actively.
In order to spread the idea of local fashion, we made one clothes made of local fabric and spread the information of our research on our Instagram. We made this
In order to show what practical local fashion is, we use this fabric from second-hand kimono shop in Fukui. This is our creation, and we hope that our original top will be a symbol of local fashion.
We posted the information about local fashion on Instagram like this. As a result, we are glad that more than 2,000 people saw our video, and we hope that they will change their way of thinking about fashion. In conclusion, it is essential to think about the problem globally and take action locally to solve it.
So firstly, please get to know the terrible situation by yourself. There is some more detailed information on our Instagram, so it will help you to understand it. And please check if there is a local fashion ban in your region.
It will take a long time to spread our ideas, but we will try to continue our efforts. Let's start something that we can act together from Japan.
So,
now is the time for local fashion. Thank you for listening.
人愛チーム D の皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆様からご質問を伺います。先生、佐古先生からお願いいたします。
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. I have some problem to understand the difference between what you are calling local fashion and also slow fashion, because you were talking also about fast fashion, right? So what is slow fashion for you? Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay.
We think that the definition of slow fashion is slow cycle of the clothes. It means that from the cycle from product produce to expose is so slow. But our idea local fashion is, in addition to the slow fashion, the fabric or some materials which used for the clothes is produced in local areas. So it's local fashion combines slow fashion plus the features of our local area.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Another question. Yes, Coach Sensei, please.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I have just one question. When you say local, how big a scale do you have in mind? Is it prefecture level, or town level, or country level? So how big locality do you have in mind?
We think it is town level.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, our town feature is Echizenwashi.
Mm-hmm.
It is Japanese Fukui's unique paper.
Mm-hmm.
So tag can be made from it, Echizenwashi.
Okay, so you make the cycle of production and consumption in a town. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. How about Matthew Sensei?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. One challenge associated with local fashion is lack of expertise. There are not enough workers to produce the clothing. What would you do to increase the expertise to make your idea work?
We think that the advertising
is one good way to make many workers. And so in order to make many people understand the importance of the workers, I think producing some Instagram account like ours and making some posters so that many people can gather some information are the good way to increase the people who work as local fashion producers. And we plan to make the site for local fashion. So we gather some local fashion brands from Japan or some country, and we plan to introduce them through Instagram or internet.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. 神愛女子高等学校神愛チーム D の皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは続いてのプレゼンターに参りましょう。次のプレゼンターは渋谷教育学園渋谷中学校高等学校空2021の皆さんです。それではお願いいたします。
The Shibuya Olympiad in Liberal Arts, or SOLA in short.
To start, let's have Rion, the head of the organizing committee, introduce the inspiration for SOLA.
It all started when I noticed that my peers were struggling to take their knowledge on the SDGs and their knowledge on all the different subjects we were learning at school and turn it into action. I saw two causes for this. First, the disconnect between academic disciplines, i.e. subjects, and second, the disconnect between people. More specifically on this first issue of subjects being disconnected, I saw that my peers were quick to associate the SDGs with certain subjects, like science and technology or law and politics. And what's more, in my personal experience, a lot of events and programs also were limited to one topic or one subject. And this inherently made it difficult for people whose interests did not fall into these specific fields to actually take part in SDGs-related activities. The most obvious solution to this kind of disconnect between subjects is, of course, a liberal arts education. But as stated in this paper and as shown on the screen, Japan continues to fall short in liberal arts education and awareness. As for the second issue of people being disconnected, the Japanese Educational Council, as quoted on the slide, reports a lack of coordination between schools and local organizations, but also just between the schools themselves. And this was something I had experienced firsthand. It was super hard to find other equally passionate students to work with on projects, and it was even harder for us as students to actually make tangible change in society because politicians and companies disregarded us as being too young. And so through SOLA, I set out to connect a divided society.
But then, how did you work to achieve this goal?
On the 17th of August 2021, via Zoom, SOLA simultaneously hosted 20 events. And through liberal arts, we aim to 1. Connect subjects, and 2. Connect people. From gender equality to geography, art, chemistry, and more, we welcomed all possible fields of study. Let's hear about some of these events. Kaho, how about you tell us about yours?
So we focused on climate action. More specifically, we wanted to address the lack of opportunities students had to learn and discuss environmental problems, especially from a humanitarian perspective. Our solution to this was to hold an event inside SOLA 2021 where students can learn, present, and discuss their opinions on the topic of climate change. On the left is a picture of what the discussions look like. And on the right is of Professor Makoto Usami from Kyoto University giving us a lecture on climate justice. Now, even after the event, many of our participants are busy bringing their ideas to life. For example, as shown on the left, one group is trying to make environment a required subject in Japanese schools, and another, shown on the right, is in the process of making an app to track our carbon footprint and increase individual motivation to reduce CO2 emissions.
Mai, tell us about your event called Actions Not Words.
As a field work and networking opportunities for junior high students like myself, and work to create a platform for them to share their activities, receive feedback, and gain support. This is us on the day. As you can see on the top right, we worked with the company Unilever to give our participants the best feedback possible. So many great activities were shared, from donation of used clothing to the production of finger puppet videos as a way to teach preschoolers about the SDGs.
So in short, through its 20 events, SOLA achieved its first goal.
On the day, we welcomed more than 1,000 junior and senior high school students from 100 schools and 17 countries, worked with 17 organizations, and with over 30 influential individuals. By utilizing Slack, SOLA reunited these students, corporations, organizations in an international network.
That takes us SOLA's second goal of connecting people.
But if that wasn't proof enough of SOLA's power to bring people together, I myself am in grade 11, Kaho is in grade 10, and Mai is in grade 9. So we're all in completely different grades and, of course, from completely different social groups with different interests and skills. But our shared vision for SOLA brought us three together today.
The most important thing in all of this, however, is that SOLA was organized and run completely by us, junior and senior high school students.
SOLA clearly met its two initial goals of 1, connecting subjects, and 2, connecting people. But as a cherry on top, in the process of doing this, we achieved many more great things.
First, we were awarded the Esd Award from the Minister of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology in Japan. We also had the pleasure of being interviewed by the Yomiuri newspaper and by the Toyo Keizai Academic magazine.
Also, from the post-event questionnaire, 96% of our participants were satisfied with their experience. And so clearly, SOLA was a huge success. But what's next?
Well, we're set on doing all that we can to support our newfound community. And as participants of SOLA continue to expand their respective projects, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that Japan and the world will see a brighter future. Thank you very much for listening.
空2021、空2021の皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問を伺ってまいりましょう。安河内先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And I understand now SOLA has many members overseas and in our country. But exactly how do you connect all these people? Do you do any online events? I'd like to learn more about your activities.
So right now, we don't exactly have everyone connected, but we have them connected on the internet platform. So for example, we utilize software such as Slack to connect people from abroad, and that way they can contact each other if they want to work on a project. So for example, if they're interested in like climate change, they can find people from overseas who are also interested in climate change. So through Slack and through the internet, they are still connected when they need.
Do you do any kind of events online?
SOLA 2021 was the first event that we did, but we are planning to hold more events in the future as our community grows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Sako Sensei, please.
Thank you very much for this powerful presentation. You mentioned about, it's also on your name, liberal arts. So what is liberal arts for you? And then what kind of role the liberal arts can play, in the SDGs, to reach the goals?
So I think when we're tackling global problems such as poverty, world hunger, and climate change, it is really important to connect subjects that are disconnected. So for example, you can't just solve a problem just by science or just by social studies. And so through liberal arts, you can connect those subjects together so that these people who are specializing in different subjects can come to share their knowledge and share their ideas so that greater ideas will be made. And through those ideas, we say that we can solve these global problems that we need to tackle together.
What is liberal arts for you? What is the definition of liberal arts?
The definition of liberal arts for me would be the connection between subjects. So the interaction of different subjects in one platform.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Solar 2021の皆さん、プレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。それでは続いてのプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。続いてのプレゼンターは、神奈川県立光陵高等学校 HOT-CKN の皆さんです。それではお願いいたします。
Hello, we are HOT-CKN. What kind of support can high school students provide to reduce the worries of children with foreign roots? This is the theme of our project. This is my relative boy who lives in Japan. Please look at the screen. This is a video that we took when we met him. As you can see, he practiced Japanese by himself using the translation app. This is because he doesn't have the opportunity to learn Japanese from others. Therefore, we decided to find out how widespread Japanese language support is. According to a survey conducted by Agency for Cultural Affairs, foreign residents in Japan have a lot of worries their life and jobs. Among them, about 40% of their worries are related to Japanese learning. So, in order to research the current situation, we went to an organization named Yukanokai. They support foreign people. We found that there are few supporters of the younger generation. From these backgrounds, our challenge is to expand support for foreign residents to the younger generation. Finally, we want to make Japan a more friendly and more comfortable place for them. What can we do? And we got it. We took an action to reach our goal. It's Hot Japan Project. In this project, we created Hot Japan Carta. This is an original card game based on Carta. We consider that children can enjoy learning Japanese in the format of a game. Beforehand, we write the different situations in the quiz form on reading cards. For example, on February 2nd, we will read at demons. What do you call this? And so on. We draw sporting illustration on the taking card. Next, we made pairs with the children and each pair made cards together. On each card, we write a target word. Finally, we all play with the completed card. 6 foreign children participated in our activity. Some children had difficulty with playing. We tried to correct their mistakes and they were able to learn Japanese.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。We learned together. Completed. Let's play. The children enjoyed the game very much and got along with us. After the game, we did a simple survey to the children about our activities. I will introduce some of questions. Do you feel closer to Japan than before? Do you want to try to speak Japanese more? Are you interested in Japanese cultures and events? The survey shows that they become more familiar with Japan and with Japanese people. Many children say it was fun and they wanted to play this game again. In addition, they learned Japanese culture, events, and language. We made a step toward our goal. This project was a great success. And we also took a survey to the high school students who participated in our activity. Very few people answered that they had worked as a volunteer before. Also, half of them wanted to do it, but they couldn't take one action. The opinions from high school students who participated in the activities were mostly positive. From these things, it can be said high school students' awareness of volunteer activities and support for Japanese has changed positively compared to before the activity. As a result, 100% of the children say they would like to participate in such activities again. Also, in order to spreading these activities, we upload the data of the card game on SNS. On Instagram, the video of our activity has been played 3,000 times. In the future, we will be able to upload the data not only in Japanese but also various languages, such as English and Chinese, and spreading these activities all over the world. This will lead to helping people learning language. Thank you for listening. Bye!
ホット CKN の皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆様からご質問を伺ってまいりましょう。Do you have any questions? はい、安河内先生お願いいたします。
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I also teach Japanese, and I know how difficult for them to master this devil's language with many sets of letters. So what is the difference between using translating device in your smartphone and communicate directly after learning difficult phrases in Japanese? What's the difference?
My relative world is using a translation app, but he's sometimes wrong Japanese. So we can teach correct Japanese, but translation app is sometimes teach wrong Japanese.
Yeah. I always experience that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Matthew Sensei, please.
Yes, thank you for your desire to make a positive impact in the world through your new ideas. So my question is what do you plan to do in the future with what you have learned from your project?
First of all, I would like to tell people close to me about the current situation where there is little support. For instance, my classmates or my teacher and
my family. And we reported our activities on social media. Now we believe that our activities have spreading all over the world. In fact, the results of the survey show that many people were interested in these activities, but were unable to take action. So we hope that by telling people about our activities, sport will spread. Even if they are not interested, we think they will be inspired by social networking and the activities of their generation.
Great, thank you. Please continue to inspire.
Thank you.
Sure, Sako sensei, please.
Thank you very much. So I'm still very confused about this foreign roots children learning system, because I mean, if I bring a Japanese kid to the United States, he will speak in English and then be in the society or be part of the social life. Why it's not possible in Japan? So what do you think? The problem is school, or the problem is the society, or the problem is, how people, receive different, like cultural people? Can you explain that? Because for me, it's not only the problem of language, actually. So what do you think? You understand? Should I explain again?
I'm sorry, could you say the question again?
I say, like, why foreign roots kids are like struggling to really be part of the Japanese social life. What is the problem? It's not only language, I think. So what do you think?
My father is foreigner. He said that there are many programs when he came to Japan first. For example, he had no place to live and he didn't find job. But all of them is because he can't speak. He can't speak, so he finds place to live. He can't speak Japanese. He didn't find the job. So we think it's important to language support. It's most important.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 神奈川県立工業高等学校ホット CKN の皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それではここで一度スタジオ内の換気のために10分間の休憩をいただきたいと思います。その後に6組目からのプレゼンテーションを再開してまいります。第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズ、どうぞ最後までお付き合いください。 お待たせいたしました。チーム部門のプレゼンテーションを再開してまいります。続いてのプレゼンターは市川学園中学校トリプル M の皆さんです。それではお願いいたします。
Are we all thinking about tomorrow? Well, we are in a way. We're thinking about what food to eat, what clothes to wear, what we're going to do, and so on. But no, I'm not talking about those personal stuff. I'm talking about the stuff that matters more to every one of us, the environment.
Are we all thinking about tomorrow? Because it doesn't look like it to us.
Hello, we are Megumi, Mio,
Mal,
Triple M's from Ichikawa Gakuen. There are a myriad of causes when it comes to environmental issues and why it's happening. And unfortunately, it looks like we, humans, are the root of this problem.
We are destroying the one and the only planet that we, at least for now, can safely live. But are we all doing things to stop that?
No! Our tomorrow and the future generation is dependent on us to save the environment. But sadly, many of us are only being the problem. Because of this, the three of us wanted to do something about this horrible crisis that we might someday have to face.
We talked about what we can do to be a part of the solution and realized that the apparel industries were largely impacting the world negatively.
So today, let us focus on what we use every day but apparently are detrimental to our planet. Clothes. Because of the cheapest the best belief many of us have these days, apparel industries have been mass producing in countries with low wage to provide a cheap yet trendy clothes for consumers. This led to the supply of clothes increasing from about 2 billion to 3.5 billion from 1990 to 2019. On the other hand, the price of a clothes decreased by more than half from 6,848 yen to 3,203 yen.
We tend to forget this fact, but clothes are harmful to the environment. The manufacture of clothes can lead to sending tons of bits of plastic into the ocean, thousands of trees to be cut down, and gallons of water to be used when many are actually in need of them. And when they are thrown out, not only do they take about 200 years to decompose, during those time, textiles produce methane gas and toxic chemicals.
So, obviously, our producing clothes will lead to consequences that won't be so good.
To make matters worse, about 1 billion clothes get thrown out every year.
Can we let clothes ruin our planet? No! That was why we decided to form a plan and take action.
When doing research about this problem, we learned that donating clothes itself would also harm the environment, as only 20 to 25% of the donation are actually used as clothes. And these other 75% tend to pile up in landfills or sometimes even go to the ocean.
So, when finding solutions to this issue, we thought that it would be more efficient if we were able to talk to an expert about this topic.
That was why we had a talk with an environmental activist, Ms. Shina Tsuyuki. From her, we were able to realize how crucial it is for us to think outside the box and, in this case, take action that will allow us also to make changes to the situation we're in right now.
We made posters for the students to see in our school and also created a short video about textile waste and why we should all do something about textile waste and post it up on the internet. In doing so, we thought that we'll be able to both inform students and practically the whole world about what we know about textile waste, which will hopefully lead to them being aware of this problem. But we thought that lacked the thinking outside the box and making others want to take action part, so we made teddy bears and other stuffed animals that are made out of 100% reused clothes and donated to an orthopedic clinic for the children to use.
When making them, we found out there's a lot that we can do with just a t-shirt and a pair of jeans, as we were able to make 2 stuffed animals, 2 bags, and a keychain from them.
Think about what we can do if everyone started upcycling. Still, we need to work on the making others take action part, so I made a kit that allows people to easily make stuffed animals out of old clothes. So,
This is the kit, and you just need to trace the sewing pattern and sew them together.
But even though we did what we think would be best to seize textile waste isn't over yet. That means that there still are things to change and obstacles to overcome to solve this problem.
So we need to inform many more people about textile waste and why it's important to stop them. And although it's not official yet, we're planning to give out these kits at our school festival next year. By giving out these kits, kids and their parents can have fun making these stuffed animals together and also get to know what is happening in our world right now. Our action not only deepened our knowledge about textile waste, we were able to inform our friends and practically the whole world about textile waste. A friend even gave us an article about textile waste and showed it to us. This showed us that our action actually made others aware of this issue.
Now, back to the question I asked you earlier. Are we all thinking about tomorrow? Because looking at the situation right now, if we don't do something about our environment, our future won't look so good. So, to be honest, we have no choice but to stop them from worsening.
But we're not. We're buying clothes that we don't even know if we need. We're cutting down trees to make clothes, trees that provide us clean air and stabilize soils. We are throwing away clothes instead of upcycling them, causing pollution. You see, every single action that we take will lead to tomorrow, our future. And if we want a bright future, then we should all start thinking about what's best for tomorrow.
It doesn't have to be big, like performing a speech in front of the world or something like that. It can be something small, like buying clothes that's environmentally friendly and wearing them for as long as you can. Or upcycling clothes, because action like that will lead to big change in our world.
So let's start thinking about tomorrow and changing our future. Thank you.
トリプル M の皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問を伺ってまいりましょう。Do you have any question, judges? はい、安河内先生お願いします。
Okay, thank you for the very energetic presentation. I visited Ishikawa Gakuen once, and you have wonderful English teachers. You're lucky. And then my question is, how do you plan to work with other schools, and how do you spread your ideas? And do you have any plans to spread your ideas and work with other schools?
Thank you for your question. So we were thinking about how to expand our knowledge to other people, and when we thought about it, we thought maybe we could cooperate with companies who are actually being a big part of this issue. And what we thought is that maybe we could do like a collect box about for clothes, and companies can maybe do another innovative like thing to sell the upcycled materials like these. So actually making money from it so that it can be a part of the economy, and that's what we were thinking about.
Okay, thank you. I hope everything will work out well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Matthew Sensei?
Sure. So thank you very much for your presentation and your idea. As someone who does not like to go clothes shopping, minimizing things, that's a very good idea. My wife, she loves to go clothes shopping. So it would be good to recycle some of those clothes. I thought the idea was very cute. And, you know, as I was listening, I was thinking, okay, I'm not very talented when it comes to making things. So my wife Noriko is very talented, but I'm not. So for people who are not talented, who want to donate old clothes so it doesn't contaminate the environment, what would your advice be to someone like me?
Thank you. So like I said earlier, we were thinking about collecting old clothes to upcycle. And so maybe people who aren't good at making these kind of stuff can maybe donate so that other people can play a different part, and so that everyone can play some part in this whole cycle that we're thinking to create.
Great. Well, one of the ideas that I also had was like furniture, right? If you want to sit on soft furniture, maybe there's some type of market there. So you got me thinking beyond just stuffed animals, because I was looking at chairs, I'm thinking about sofas. So, continue to inspire people, and hopefully people like me who can't make things can give you some good ideas to further your ideas.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. 市川学園中学校トリプル M の皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参ります。続いてのプレゼンターは東邦女子高等学校クロークルの皆さんです。それではお願いいたします。
Hello, we are Gogo.
Wow, look at that sweater.
That's pretty. And this is only $10?
I'm buying them all.
If you walk down the street, you'll hear many conversations like this.
I'm now satisfied that I bought all these clothes. But I know I'll soon lose interest in them, trying to follow the rapidly changing trend. Looking at my padded clothes, I felt bad.
It is easy to throw away clothes, but because we love fashion and clothes, we want to take care of the clothes more carefully.
This is why we started this activity
to be the change maker.
How long do you usually wear clothes? Aren't you throwing them away too early?
Currently, clothing waste is a huge problem worldwide. Creating a shirt discharges about 25.5 kilograms of carbon dioxide and uses 2,300 liters of water.
However, clothes equal to a truck are still thrown away every second in the world.
Once we donated clothes we no longer wear to Laos, believing that this act is helping to solve the problem. However, we found out that the clothes are being left over in Laos. Then, this is the same thing as throwing all the work to others.
How can we stop this vicious cycle of buying more and wasting more?
In order to find an effective solution, we first established a student organization called GOGO. In other activities, first we took a survey to over 140 people. And from the survey, we found out that even though this problem is serious, not many people know about this.
Next, we interviewed the reused shop and discovered that younger generation use these kinds of the stores the least, but encourage the consumption of clothes.
From these researches, we saw it would be most effective to spread awareness and our ideas, creating a new standard.
Well on, buy less. We created this from the desire for people to take good care of their clothes and enjoy keeping the same clothes.
To spread our ideas, we have been posting our information on Instagram and Twitter. This is because almost all of the younger generations use social media, and its power is on fire right now.
We mainly post two things. One is information about clothing waste problem. Our purpose of these posts is to tell the current situation and its seriousness.
Another post is about clothes transformation. Clothes transformation is to change old clothes into new clothes. The clothes we are wearing right now are also transformed clothes.
I got this dress from my cousin 5 years ago, and it was my favorite. Unfortunately, the size was getting smaller as I grew. So I made this new jacket out of it.
As we created these, we felt more attached to these clothes.
And we are very happy that we can wear this again. Our purpose of these posts are not only to share the how-tos, but also to spread our idea that old clothes can be fashionable and fresh again.
Second, we created a website. Although younger generations take a large part of consumption, other generations cannot be ignored.
So, we created this website to share our ideas to other generations as well. As a result of our activities, some of our friends asked, "Is there something I can do?" This may be a small progress, but if our message passes person to person like this, we can really change the world.
For our next action, we have 2 plans.
The first plan is to launch an application called Ubu. There are 2 functions.
The first function is Cloud Closet. This allows vendors to send clothes directly to people who need them.
By doing so, the borrowers can wear the clothes without a concern.
The system allows users to find the best matching outfit with a variety of perspectives with levels. For example, colors, size, styles, and so on.
The second function is the clothing calendar. Users can see the durability of clothes and they can earn coins for rewards when they achieve the target date.
In addition, users can use these coins to borrow more clothes instead of buying.
If this app spreads to the world, this will encourage people to practice wear long buy less and bring virtuous cycle to the world.
Another action we want to take is to go for field investigation.
This is because we want to research about other countries' situation in addition to Japan, especially Laos and these countries.
We will first focus on them because they have severe clothing waste problems all the way across Japan.
Through the investigation, we would like to expand our activity with new solutions and improvements. I like your style.
I've been wearing this for 5 years now.
That's great. And yours too. Nice jacket.
Thank you. I made this from old clothes.
So you guys are trying wear long buy less trend?
Yeah.
Maybe we should try that too. Why not? Our hope is to one day have this kind of conversations flourish all over the world.
So next time, what do you do?
Wear long, buy less.
Thank you for listening.
クロークルの皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問を伺ってまいりましょう。How about さこ先生、please.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's very interesting. I don't know why young people are so interested in, clothes, so in fashion, and then also, about also recycling. So I don't know. What is the big worry behind that? So are you worried that maybe now the world balance is not really good to make new clothes, or you think that you feel more value in old clothes, or what is your main idea?
So I believe that we are not trying to say that it's a bad thing to wear pretty or have your style and enjoy fashion. We love to wear clothes and try new styles and all the fashion and so on. However, at the same time, a lot of clothes are thrown away only for after wearing it for 1 or 2 times, and clothes that you can still wear, clothes that are in good condition, are being thrown away, and I feel that that's the problem that we should be focusing on.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Coach Sensei, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation of yours. One question I have is that I'm interested in your wonderful application. And are you going to sell the application? And how do you advertise the application?
And so we are not still have completed making an application, but after we finish making it, we planning to advertise it on Instagram or Twitter. So now we're like trying to gain as many followers as possible. So because if so, we can spread our application like faster than we want to.
Mm-hmm. So are you going to sell?
Sorry, I forgot to answer that. So we're not selling the application, but we hope we plan to use some functions that need money, and so we're not selling the application, but we want to have some functions that need actual money.
Yes, this is because we are probably going to have the app for free for everyone to use, but also we have to make this activity sustainable so that our activity can go on, and so it's going to be something like a business.
Yeah,
but
that's
also
what
at
I
the
thought.
same time that works for solve the solution.
Yeah, that's what I thought. To make your wonderful scheme sustainable, you need some money to support your activity. So that's a wonderful idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, time's up. Thank you very much. 東方女子高等学校クロークルの皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
さあ、それでは次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。続いて8校目のプレゼンターです。大阪市立昨夜この花中学校ジェネレーティングイノベーションです。それではお願いいたします。
Hello everyone! We decided to give a presentation to help reduce food waste because we were shocked by this situation. Today, there is enough food to feed everyone in the world. However, 1 in 10 people in the world is undernourished. Meanwhile, there are countries which have a lot of food waste. The burning of the waste produces carbon dioxide, which increases global warming. So we've identified these problems, which is related to these three. We decided to focus on Japan. We produce a lot of food waste. The object is to reduce food loss.
First perspective, if we can reduce the waste of food that's still usable, we can minimize the negative impacts on the environment. Second perspective, we can reduce food waste by delivering surplus food to people in need. Therefore, we implemented some exploratory and practical actions.
Now, we will present the details. According to these data, about 82.4% of the food loss generated in the restaurant industry was due to leftover food from customers. Therefore, we proposed the Takeout Promotion Act. Takeout, practice of taking food from restaurant to home instead of eating it in the restaurant, is practiced in most restaurants. However, despite the fact that 87.6% of customers agree with the idea of taking home leftover food, only 33.5% of restaurants actually offer leftover food takeout service. From the results, we get some reasons why taking home leftover food isn't widespread. First, customers don't know there's a leftover food takeout service. Secondly, they are concerned about the possibility of being held liable in the event of food poisoning.
Therefore, we thought of a solution. First of all, we think it would be a good idea to create a takeout agreement card and a complete meal points card for the customers, and also the restaurant will display Takeout Quality Assurance Certificate. The Takeout Quality Assurance Certificate is a certificate from the restaurant to the customer that the food is safe to take home in their restaurant. By displaying this in the restaurant, customer will know they can take out leftover food. In order to obtain this certificate, restaurant need to undergo a safety survey by expert and be recognized as safe. This is the details on the survey items. The ingredients used are different for each dish, so the contents vary from dish to dish.
It also determines what the restaurant must follow when the customer takes the food home. Here it is. With this certificate, if food poisoning occurred to the customer as a result of food taken home, restaurant can review the details of the expert investigation to ensure thorough hygiene control.
Next, we'll explain the takeout agreement card. This card indicates the customer has promised to follow the rules. The contents of the rules are decided when restaurants get takeout quality assurance certificate. Customers can easily obtain them by signing an agreement with the restaurant. This is the content. These are promises that are common to all takeout food. Also, depending on the dish the customer is taking home, the rules for that dish are shown to the customer in the form of stickers.
The complete meal points card is a system where you can earn points for your finishing all the food or for taking home leftover from the restaurant. Also, we proposed this to the Doggybat Promotional Committee, and they agreed to incorporate the complete meal points card into an app they are developing. Since this action have not yet been implemented and therefore have not been effective, so we use this information to calculate the estimated the result of actually this action implementing in Japan. Here's the process.
As a result, this shows a very effective way to reduce business-related food loss. In addition, by arranging leftover food into different dishes, we can prevent not only food waste at home, but also food brought back from restaurants from being thrown away at home. Look at this pie chart. Nearly half of the household food loss is leftover food. So reducing leftover food will greatly contribute to reducing food loss. In fact, in our family, we were able to reduce food waste by this action.
Now, we've been making suggestions to reduce food loss, but the most important thing is the cooperation of many people. Then, we surveyed 7 of our friends about their thoughts on food loss. The results show that the most of them had a false image of the amount of food loss, and that about 3 out of 7 were in the habit of doing something to reduce food loss. After that, we show them the correct amount of food loss that actually comes out of a household and ask them to try the reducing food loss problem for 5 days. Here's the content. The content of this problem can be easily worked on with others around them. Then after 5 days, we gave them the same survey as before. As a result, all of them understood the amount of food loss more correctly, and they all answered that they had a habit of taking action to reduce food loss. From this, it came that in order to reducing food loss, it's necessary to understand the current food loss situation specifically. On top of that, we need to think and research to clarify what we can do.
In fact, the amount of food loss from each household is small, so it's meaningless to work on it alone. However, it's important for everyone to work on it, even if it's alone. The Japanese culture and the national character of being aware of their surroundings should be used positively as a reason to do it because others are doing it. By the way, we have a TikTok account. We have been posting videos about composting at our school and about stores that sell expired products, off-spec products, and so on, such as Ecoeat, where people can buy food at low prices. Spreading such information to people in need fits into second perspective. Then we can achieve the object. Thank you!
ジェネレーティングイノベーションの皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆さんから質問を伺ってまいりましょう。佐古先生、please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I was wondering, you have two questions or two concerns. So one is to reduce the food loss, and the other one is to have this, culture of taking out food. By the way, why people are tending to buy more than they need? Why? You understand my question? Why in Japan you have that culture? What make people buying more food than they need? Because I think maybe you have to have that consciousness first to reduce, that idea. I mean, that people can buy less. And then, because you say you want to let them reducing the food loss and take that food to other countries. Sometimes it's impossible, actually. But the most important is to reduce, the consumer act, actually, like the fact that they buy more, for example. I mean, to give you one example, usually in this time when you go to the supermarket, they always are selling 2 for the price of 1. And we are tending to buy it. But we use only 1, actually. And we keep 1 in the refrigerator for, 1 month again. So, I mean, what is your idea? What is your analysis about that?
Well, we ourselves only looked at the data and the amount of food loss and thought the amount of was large. However, when our working to reduce it, the amount of that comes out of our immediate surrounding is small, and there is a little we can do. First of all, we think that it is necessary for everyone to witness the correct situation.
And then? No, it's okay. I mean, my idea is just to advise you to see that part also. It's very important to change the mind of people buying more things than they need. I think that's one of the closest way, to save the environment too. It's an advice. Thank you for your beautiful speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So one more quick question from Matthew Sensei, please.
Sure. Thank you for your presentation. In the United States, where I'm from, takeout of leftovers is very common. In fact, people will purposefully buy more so that they can eat it the next day. And I thought the certificate idea was very interesting. You might also want to think about a sticker to go on the box or the bag that gives instructions about reheating, storage, and those type of things, because that might be even more effective than a certificate. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 大阪市立昨夜この花中学校ジェネレーティングイノベーションの皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
それでは次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。続いてのプレゼンターは松栄女子学院中学校高等学校 SAS の皆さんです。それではお願いいたします。
The enhancement of information and the ability to output it to others is truly essential in a world with the rapid expansion of globalization. We realize that difficulties in expressing our opinions exist all over the world, no matter which country we're in. Being able to speak up on an equal basis is one of the most effective ways to successfully achieve Goal 10 of the SDGs, reducing inequality within and among countries. Moreover, individuals acquiring the ability to speak up brings higher recognition about current global issues.
When we entered junior high school, the behavioral differences between the returnees and the non-returnees took us by surprise. As returnees raised their hands up and eagerly discussed the topic, non-returnees just listened while they took collective notes. For instance, a few weeks ago, Keiichi Kimura, the gold medalist of the Tokyo Paralympics, came to our school, so we had an opportunity to listen to his speech. One thing he told us was that in the US, no one is hesitant to ask people with disabilities if they need any help. However, in Japan, most people muster up all the courage they have just to ask if he's okay, making him feel guilty when saying no. To get more information, we created our own survey asking our peers, do you like communicating? While 86% of the returnees answered yes, only 47% of the non-returnees answered the same, which means that more than half of the students who grew up in Japan don't like communicating. To get to the root of this problem, we decided to use our experiences of living abroad, Germany, France, and the US, and came to the conclusion that it is strongly connected to the education system.
At schools in countries like the US or England, students share a circular table like this. On the other hand, in countries like Japan or Korea, most schools secure one desk per student and set them facing forward like this. The US learning style displays a more rounded atmosphere, improving the students' output skills. Returnees who have already been taught this way can keep doing so even after coming back to Japan.
Then how can countries like Japan boost up their ability to output? An ideal classroom contains these three conditions. 1. Tables facing the teacher, but students also facing each other. 2. Facing the blackboard. And 3. Have moderate personal space. So, we came up with the idea of placing the tables like this, and named it the E style, because it looks like the letter E facing down. This style fulfills all the conditions we've listed, and we believe that this is the key to inhabiting all students the ability to output.
To test our E-style out, we held 2 conversations, with and without the method. Though both conversations went well, we noticed that our peers tended to talk more when we used the E-style. They said that being able to see people's expression while talking helped them to think about their opinions while fully understanding the other's opinions as well. However, just changing the environment in the classroom won't change everything. Incorporating the E-style is merely just the beginning. More must be done to assure an equal learning environment in all countries. After preparing a comfortable learning environment, a change in people's mindsets is required. As of now, we realize people's mindsets toward having a discussion are only these 3. Carefully listening to others, trying to agree with someone, and the belief that there's only one right opinion. However, these are clearly not enough. We believe that by changing this, we will be able to talk honestly and have an active discussion. In the blue box is a list of actions we think should be kept in mind when having a discussion. Speaking up, being aware of the fact that sharing various opinions will lead to an active discussion, and knowing that the purpose of having a discussion is to find the best solution.
The E-style and having good mindsets in a conversation can truly make a change to the way we interact. Through speeding revolutions of technology, it's vital to keep social communications alive. We will make a world where everyone has the confidence and power to independently speak up, no matter their gender, race, or wealth, because your words change the world. Thank you.
SAS の皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆さんから質問。はい、佐古先生お願いします。
Thank you very much. The question you raised about the problem in education system is very important. So I think as you mentioned, in Japan, we are not used to have discussion, to have debate, to have your own idea. Because more, you are grown at school, more they frame you. So you are framed. So you are not yourself. So how to overcome what we call in Japanese, in Japan here, not really read in the air, kukyo yomanai habit, how to do that. Because you guys are trying to, read the air in the air. That finally you don't have your own opinion, you don't have your own idea. How to break down that?
Well, of course, with the rapid globalization around the world, it is important to have diversity in class, and Japanese people should understand more about diversity, like the countries like the US, where everyone has more thinks more about discrimination and stuff. So in order for Japanese students to overcome that, students will have to think from many perspectives, not only you, but also thinking about other people's thoughts.
Sorry, I would like to add that I think it's not just also about understanding the diversity. You should go back to the culture, actually, because you have a very high context, culture, and very analogical, actually. So it's about the communication style, and everything should change, actually, but maybe not should change, because the globalization also gives you the chance to be yourself. So, that's an advice. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, Coach Sensei, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I'm very impressed with e-style that you came up with, and I personally think it's needed in Japanese schools, and there are more advantages than disadvantages. And my question is, what are possible disadvantages, if there are any, of e-style?
Some possible disadvantages of the e-style is, well, because, now that I think of it, I don't really have,
That's great. Yeah, if there are no disadvantages, that's the best.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Matthew Sensei, please.
So I am a big fan of the non-traditional classroom. So at Temple University, we've designed some new classrooms that are different, more collaborative. As an American university, that's what you might see in the United States versus Japan. My question is how do you convince the teacher or the professor to use that type of classroom in Japan? An American teacher, very comfortable in doing something different. I wonder about the Japanese teacher. How do you convince her or him to use your new e-style classroom?
When we look at the government's communication skills, Japan's delay in vaccinating is because of the Japanese government's low ability to communicate, and I saw that on news recently. But American government has more ability to output information to their citizens. So this is because they grew up in a environment where they don't discuss a lot in class, and if we tell that to our teachers or professors, I am very confident in telling them to incorporate e-style in daily class.
Great. Educating the professors. Please, please continue with that.
Yeah,
I'll try.
That's important. That's very important.
Okay, thank you very much. 昭栄女子学院中学校高等学校 SAS の皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。さあ、それではいよいよチーム部門最後のプレゼンターへ参ります。最後のプレゼンターは昭栄女子学院中学校高等学校有沙シナジーの皆さんです。それではお願いいたします。
Dear to the people who are scared of others, who are scared of judgment like you don't belong, may I give a suggestion that you are great, that you are the one and only.
This is a phrase from a song we wrote, One and Only. We believe that LGBTQ+ can be the solution to building a synergistic world where diversity is celebrated. By that, we refer to building a world where we can respect one another's beliefs and find better solutions that one couldn't alone. Let us explain how we reached our solution.
It all began when Arisa and I were chosen for the main roles for a musical in our club, a musical about two lesbian girls fighting for their rights. I too played a character who was gay. We felt the need to spread synergy while striving together to make the best performance. Also, when we got into a conversation with our club mates about LGBTQ+, surprisingly, everyone became so lively and full of passion. This became a turning point for us to think deeply once again about LGBTQ+. We realized that our club mates had ideas.
but they simply didn't have the chance to share them. What if many other people feel this way?
We should also consider the problems on social media.
Ooh, I love this rainbow flag. Let me just say that I'm gay so I can use it.
Or maybe they might be like this.
Wait, everyone's talking about LGBTQ+. This could be a chance for me to come out.
But we never get to know their true intentions.
Even if we don't get to know, we believe that there are ways we can celebrate diversity. It is by following our AIAP steps. These are the steps that we came up with, from the very first step acknowledged to the fourth personalized. This can be the key factor to solving many other current issues, such as racism and bullying.
I too experienced racism while living abroad and felt a strong need to celebrate diversity. How would you feel if you were left out just because you were different?
So, going back to the AIAPs, what's the S at the end for?
Good question. It stands for sharing and it can fit in any place. Now have a look at this graph. When we asked people what stage they are currently on in the AIAPs, they varied greatly. Many people are still not a personalizer, but we don't necessarily have to be on the stage to share. So, how would you share your thoughts with the world?
Well, here's ours. Music! Music has the power to give us confidence in ourselves. We feel certain that music is one powerful way.
We acted right away. We created a music video introducing our AIAPs through a parody of Kelly Clarkson's Stronger. We shared it with friends from more than 15 nationalities. Lisa from Japan said,
"The song made the topic more relatable." Ava from Australia said,
"I knew the song, so it grabbed my attention." Diala from Lebanon said,
"This is what we need right now. Thank you." Furthermore, we shared our message through our original song, One and Only, with our Japanese friends. We were moved by the fact that those who couldn't understand the lyrics still received our message and felt our passion.
From these results, we proved that music is a universal language. Music has no boundaries.
Right now, our next goal is to launch the One and Only project. We are creating a website where everyone can share the original verses for our song, One and Only. Writing a song together no one could have alone. This is synergy. How wonderful is that?
Of course, we didn't expect everyone to willingly take part in this project at first. We have asked the people around us how they feel about the concept of One and Only project, and whether they are interested or not. As we expected, quite a few of them said they were not really interested or eager to share. To solve this issue, we thought further into this project and made some improvements.
This project consists of two networks. The first is the One and Only network. Originally, the participants could only write a parody for One and Only. However, we realized that this was a very limited community. Therefore, we expanded the range so that the participants' ideas can also be expressed through many different forms, including melodies, drawings, and words, and not just parody. For example, Arissa shared a poem which she wrote based on a story of her bisexual friend.
The second network is separated into two parts. One is a place to share news or media. The other is a place to share comments, reactions, and even express them through different forms. We got this idea from a feedback given by Isabel from Italy, saying,
"Why not share about a specific topic?" Lastly, we want to inspire the participants to become more proactive and open by encouraging them to be true to their hearts. More than anything, it is essential for us to be involved and be one of the first people to share our own ideas.
LGBTQ+ is a hot topic right now. However, that is not the reason why we became change makers. Our conclusion is to encourage those who listened to our voices to believe in themselves. No matter what gender or race you are, music will be by our sides. So why not share the beauty of music and encourage each other? Honestly, we still have a lot to find out too. This is just the beginning. So why don't you join us on this journey to make the world colorful? You are you.
I am I.
'Cause I am the only me. Please listen to our thoughts, one and only by Arasana Synergy. Those people who think you are different,
Or think you're wrong and they're right.
well, who cares? I'm different. I'm stronger now, 'cause I am the only me. Look at me and see me as me. I'm different, and that's how the world works. It's called diversity. Look at me and see me as me. I'm different. I'm different, and that's how the world works. I'm stronger now. Thank you very much.
アリサナシナジーの皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。さあ、審査員のはい、佐古先生、please.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Okay, maybe, we need to clear a few points in this presentation. As you say now, LGBTQ plus is hot now. I think it's really late in that way. Maybe it's hot in Japan now, but this is a kind of very old word. But I think there is something very important in Japan that you need to really find out is, the LGBTQ is treated as, even now, as minority, right? And then, but in Japan, the problem is not the minority. If you're a minority, you comes out, and then, people knows you. The problem is the majority. So people put themselves in majority because they want to run away from themselves. I am I, you are you. That's not the majority, actually. So how do you change the consciousness of the majority in Japan? Because the majority is the problem, not the minority. In Japan, everyone run away from themselves. They don't face themselves. They're afraid to face themselves because they have this social bias, actually. So how do you change the mind of the majority? Because for me, as president of university, I have my declaration of diversity. I don't narrow the diversity, actually, to LGBTQ only. And then for me, it's very important to change the mindset of that majority. So how do you come with that? Teach me, please.
Okay, so we're attorneys. We have experienced being in a place where diversity is celebrated. And yes, we also agree on you as well. And so the main thing that we're trying to do in this one and only project is exactly as you said. And to make that come true, we want to be the first people to express our ideas. And then maybe people will be encouraged to express their ideas as well. Because everyone is different and everybody has to know that. And also in our project, we're planning to take in news from the media and also comments that people may feel. And so by debating and expressing them through music, we can understand more about themselves and more about other people as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yasukochi sensei, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the beautiful singing. And my question is out of curiosity. Do you sing in your video?
Oh, so
do you too sing in your video that you produced? Yes?
Yes, we sang.
So you work with musicians? Is there anybody who can support your singing with instruments?
Okay. So we haven't contacted any musicians at all. So we did them by ourselves. So all the AIAP song parody and the song that we made, it's made by ourselves. And yeah, sadly we couldn't have any background music because we're only students at the moment.
Okay. Yeah,
we
maybe
can't-
after watching this on the internet, many people watch this on the internet, so they might be interested in working with you. And yeah, so can I? How can common people like me access your video? Is it on YouTube?
So once we get started on our project, we will be definitely posting our video. So you'll be definitely able to get access to our video also, and you might be
Okay,
able to.
so I can access your video. So advertise your video to the people watching this.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So, well, we haven't actually started on this project. So we don't know that much. But this is what that is what the reason it's so exciting about this project, because we don't know what's going to happen, and it's really exciting because we get to express our own ideas, and we want to listen to your ideas as well, because that is what, like, the solution to making this world a synergistic world. So yes, so if you like to singing, yeah, please
join us, please.
Well, thank you very much, and unfortunately, I think it is time. So yeah, I hope everything will work out for your project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 昭栄女子学院中学校高等学校からアリサナシナジーの皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。以上で皆様大変お待たせいたしました。それでは審査結果が出揃いました。第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズ入賞者発表に移らせていただきます。今回はおよそ400校の中から選ばれました個人部門10校、チーム部門10校の中から銅賞1組、銀賞1組、金賞1組の3部門と、株式会社 JTB 様よりグローバルリンク賞、株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版様よりザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞が各1組ずつ選ばれます。それではいよいよ発表に移りたいと思います。まずは銅賞の発表です。銅賞は個人部門から1人、チーム部門から1チームが選ばれます。そして受賞者には1人当たり20万円分の学習支援金が支給されます。それでは発表いたします。銅賞受賞校は個人部門成蹊高等学校中島佳鈴さん、チーム部門昭栄女子学院中学校高等学校 SAS の皆さんです。おめでとうございます。それでは一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡より賞状を読み上げさせていただきます。
表彰状、銅賞個人部門成蹊高等学校中島佳鈴殿、チーム部門昭栄女子学院、中学校高等学校、チーム SAS 殿、あなたは第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいてその深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2022年2月27日、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡、おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。それではまず個人部門の中島佳鈴さん、今のお気持ちはいかがでしょうか。日本語で結構です。今のお気持ちお聞かせください。
とてもこの賞をいただいて本当に嬉しくてびっくりしています。で、今日の他の中高生の皆さんのプレゼンを見て、同年代の人がこんなにもすごいことやってるなってすごいいい刺激にもなりましたし、これから自分で頑張るよっていう感じも強まったので、これからも頑張っていきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
おめでとうございます。 そしてチーム部門の SAS の皆さん、おめでとうございます。今のお気持ちはいかがでしょうか？
ありがとうございます。まさか同賞いただけると思ってなかったので、とても嬉しいです。
他の中高生がいろいろなことを考えていて、なんて言うんだろう。本当にすごいなって思ったので、この CMA に参加できて嬉しかったです。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
おめでとうございました。プレゼンテーションの時と打って変わってね、笑顔がとっても素敵な皆さんでした。本当におめでとうございました。さて続きまして銀賞の発表です。銀賞は個人部門からお一人、チーム部門から1チームが選ばれます。受賞者には1人当たり30万円分の学習支援金が支給されます。それでは発表いたします。銀賞受賞校は個人部門東京女子学園高等学校内海玲子さん。チーム部門市川学園中学校MMMの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡より賞状を読み上げさせていただきます。
表彰状銀賞東京女子学園高等学校内海玲子殿、市川学園中学校MMM殿、あなたは第4回チェンジメーカーアウォーズにおいてその深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2022年2月27日一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡、おめでとうございます。
皆様おめでとうございます。それではまず個人部門の内海玲子さん、今のお気持ちはいかがでしょうか？
本当に名誉な賞をいただきありがとうございます。この場をお借りしてたくさんの方々にちょっと感謝の気持ちを伝えさせていただきたいと思います。今までこのプロジェクトをご支援くださった方々、そして CMA に参加する機会をくださった方々、CMA 関係者の方々、本当にありがとうございました。皆さんからたくさんのお力をいただいたので、それを私のこの喜びで抑えること、とどめることなく、これから世界に発信していきたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
おめでとうございました。続いてチーム部門のMMMの皆さん、おめでとうございます。今のお気持ちはいかがでしょうか？
この賞をいただくことができてとても光栄です。私たちは今日同じような年代の人たちが、たくさんの私たちの枠を超えたような素晴らしい活動をされているのを、見ることができてとても刺激を受けたので、これからの活動にもたくさん生かしていきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
おめでとうございました。内海玲子さん、そして MMM の皆さんでした。本当におめでとうございます。さてここで続きましてはスポンサー賞の発表に移ります。まずは株式会社 JTB 様よりグローバルリンク賞のご紹介をいただきます。その後に受賞者を発表していただきます。それでは株式会社 JTB 企画開発プロデュースセンターグローバルリンク実行委員会日本事務局長及川様、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、本日ご参加の皆様大変お疲れ様でございました。我々のですねグローバルリンクという課題研究の発表のイベントを主催しております。そこにこの後発表するチームの方にぜひご参加をいただきたいと思っております。まずはですね休憩中ですとか、プロモーションのビデオをガンガン流させていただいてましたが、グローバルリンクとはというところでちょっとご説明をさせていただきます。2014年から開催をしておりまして、シンガポールおよびオーストラリアのクイーンズランド、 こちらで、日頃のですね、皆さんの興味関心に合わせた課題研究の発表を、英語で行うというようなステージになっています。で、このコロナ禍の影響でですね、昨年はちょっとオンライン開催という形で開催をいたしました。およびこの社会情勢も踏まえ、2022年度も引き続きオンライン開催という形になります。では、次の動画を進めていただけますでしょうか。はい、2021年のオンライン開催の様子をちょっと切り取った動画があるんですが、すいません、うまくいかない、進まない感じなので、では、オンライン、いけます。では、すいません、1分半ほど、ちょっとダイジェストでご覧いただければと思います。はい、このようにですね、オンラインで2020年も開催を予定をしております。で、研究発表の舞台にとどまらずに、その事前のプログラムとして、課題研究のブラッシュアップであったり、あとは英語のプレゼンテーションスキル、このレベルアップトレーニングも用意しております。次のスライドお願いします。はい。ということでですね、このグローバルリンク賞は代表1チーム、招待参加券を授与をさせていただきたいと思います。それでは、チームの発表に移らさせていただきます。はい、グローバルリンク賞、こちらの受賞チームですが、東邦女子高等学校クロークルの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。
東邦女子高等学校クロークルの皆さん、おめでとうございます。今のお気持ち教えてください。
まさかこのような素晴らしい賞を授与できると思っていなかったので、もう本当に嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。協力してくださった方々や本日携わってくださった関係者の皆様、ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
おめでとうございました。株式会社 JTB 様よりグローバルリンク賞の授与とございました。ありがとうございました。
おめでとうございました。
さて続きましてもう一つのスポンサー賞、株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版様よりザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞のご紹介をいただきます。その後に受賞者を発表していただきます。それではジャパンタイムズアルファ編集長の高橋様、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。ジャパンタイムズアルファ編集長の高橋と申します。本日はですね、発表された皆さん、お疲れ様でございました。もう私は去年から、参加しているんですけれども、本当にですね、去年もそうだったんですけど、今年も大変ですね、皆さんの発表のレベルが高くてですね、驚くとともに、大変楽しくですね、審査の方させていただきました。で我々はですね、ご存知ない方のために申し上げると、ジャパンタイムズアルファというですね、週刊の英語学習用の英字新聞を作っております。で新聞を作る仕事をしているのでね、この特別賞を選ぶ観点としては、いかに皆さんがですね、鋭い視点で社会の課題を捉えて、それをいかに解決しようとしているかと、そういった観点でですね、賞の方を選ぼうと思っていたんですけれども、そこは残念ながら全く皆さん差がなかったんですね。大変皆さん、お一人お一人がですね、鋭い視点をお持ちでしたので、もう最後はですね、ご自分が取り組んでいる課題をいかに情熱を持ってそれに取り組んでいるかと、それがいかにこちらに伝わってくるかと、そういった観点でですね、こちらのジャパンタイムズアルファ賞を選ばせていただきました。それではそろそろ発表の方に参りましょう。ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞を受賞したのは、渋谷教育学園幕張中学校高等学校、鳴神亮さんです。おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。渋谷教育学園幕張中学校高等学校、鳴神亮さん、今のお気持ちはいかがでしょうか。
ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞を受賞いただき、本当にありがとうございます。まさか自分がって思ったので、本当に今ちょっと何を言えばいいのか全然わかんない感じなんですけど、自分のプロジェクトは部活の立ち上げってことで、ここに至るまでに本当にさまざまな方の協力だったりとか、あと自分の部の部員たちにもすごいいろんなところを助けてもらったので、その人たちを忘れずに、みんなにこのままこのプロジェクトを進めていけるように頑張ります。あと今日出会った方々、審査員の方たちとか、あとこの大会に参加している人たちなど、これからももし協力できる機会とかがあったら協力したいです。ありがとうございます。
おめでとうございます。株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版様よりご提供のジャパンタイムズアルファ賞でした。高橋専編集長、どうもありがとうございました。
鳴神さんにジャパンタイムズアルファの1年購読とですね、それから所属学校単位で利用できるデジタルビューアーの ID とパスワード1年分をお送りいたしますので、ぜひともですねご活用いただければと思います。おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございました。それではいよいよ金賞の発表に移りたいと思います。金賞は個人部門からお一人、チーム部門から1チームが選ばれます。受賞者には1人当たり50万円分の学習支援金が支給されます。全参加校の中から見事金賞に選ばれた学校は、個人部門東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校池田隼人さん。チーム部門渋谷教育学園渋谷中学校高等学校空2021の皆さんです。おめでとうございます。一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡より賞状を読み上げさせていただきます。
表彰状、金賞、東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校池田隼人殿、渋谷教育学園渋谷中学校高等学校空2021殿、あなたは第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2022年2月27日 一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡。 Well done。 おめでとうございます。
皆様おめでとうございます。さあ、それでは個人部門の池田隼人さんからお気持ちを伺ってまいりましょう。池田さん、今のお気持ちはいかがでしょうか？
はい、このような素晴らしい賞をいただいて嬉しくて、ちょっとびっくりして何言えばいいか分かんないんですが、ありがとうございます。励みになります。これからも頑張っていきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
おめでとうございました。そしてチーム部門の空2021の皆さん、おめでとうございます。今のお気持ちをお聞かせください。
はい、ごめんなさい。申し訳ない。接続トラブルと今日いろいろバタバタで質疑応答にもチームに任せてしまったというか、本当にもう声だけで今も大変失礼します。もう本当にこの素晴らしい賞をいただけたことを本当に感謝の気持ちばかりです。CMA の運営関係の皆様、審査員の方々、本当にこの私たちが1年ですね、すごいかけて準備、あと当日の運営、そしてその後の発信も本当に続けて頑張ってきたものなので、このように表彰されたってことは本当に感謝の気持ちばかりです。またその3人はやっぱりプレゼンテーションの中にもあったんですけど、空全体の本当に一部というか象徴であると考えていまして、200人の運営生徒、そして1000人の参加者っていう本当にもう世界中の方々、それで協力団体、ゲストと本当に皆さんの協力があってからの空だったので、本当に中高生の力の象徴であると考え、今後も社会をつなげるために私たちはもう本当に空を広げて頑張っていきたいと思ってます。本当にありがとうございます。
おめでとうございます。見事金賞を受賞されました池田隼人さん、そして空2021の皆さんでした。おめでとうございました。なお残念ながら金賞、銀賞、銅賞およびスポンサー賞に選ばれなかった方たちには1人当たり5万円分の学習支援金が支給されます。それでは審査委員長を務められました京都精華大学学長の臼比佐子様より今年の第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズの講評をいただきます。
はい、今日、発表をした皆さん、お疲れ様です。そして、見事にですね、受賞を、された個人、チーム、皆さんおめでとうございます。審査は難しかったです。やっぱり皆さん、どのチームもどの個人も非常に頑張っていて、我々も本当に差がつけられなかったんですね。そういう意味で、もうみんな受賞者だというふうに我々は思っています。だから、今日、ここで名前呼ばれなかった人たちも、自分が、ここまでやってきたというのは、もう、ある意味で、かなり、自分が頑張って残ったというふうに思っていただきたいなというふうに思っています。私たちもやっぱりちょっと大人ながら驚いたのが、皆さんは本当に世界的な、課題を、対象に見事に分析をして自分たちの提案を上げていくということは非常に意識の高さにはかなり驚きました。で、もう一つはですね、非常にこれが、私個人的に感動したのが、これをエゴイスティックではなく、いわゆる日本にだけに引き付けるんじゃなくて、世界に広げる。いわゆる同時代の、この地球の問題、同時代の若者の問題、同時代のこの様々なやっぱり環境の課題、SDGs も含めてですね、皆さんがそれを意識高く持っていただいたということは、これからの皆さんの勉強、あるいは研究、あるいは人生にはかなり多大なポイントになってくるかなというふうに私は思っております。本当に、自分が今日審査という意味で、来て、本当に、たくさん勉強になったのと同時に、自分も非常に考えさせられたことが多かったんです。審査員の皆さんもですね、我々は、控室に行くたびにやられた感しかなかったんですよね。だからそういう意味で、いや、これは勝てないなと。で、ちょっと、 少し話を、難しくすると、多分我々の時代っていうのは、我々の世代というのは、申し訳ないぐらい壊してきた。この地球、この社会。で、皆さんにあんまりいい答えは残さなかった。むしろ、ある意味で分断、あるいは、たくさん問題を抱える、この地球しか皆さんに残せなかった。でも、皆さんの今日の話を聞くと、皆さんはやっぱりそれに取り組む力は、ちょっとずつつけてはいると。で、私たちはこれから何をすべきかというと、前に歩く私たちの提案ではなく、皆さんが持っている価値観、提案というのは我々が後押ししていくという立場にならざるを得ないというふうに私は感じました。一日長かったんでしょうが、多分その前皆さん準備は何ヶ月も多分かけてやってきたと思いますが、本当に今日、来た甲斐あったし、皆さんとの出会いをですね、私もこれから大切にしていきたいと思っております。審査員の皆さん、本当にお疲れ様でした。これからこの若い人たちの、本当に幸せと今後のですね、活躍をですね、私たちが後押ししていくように、私たち頑張っていきたいと思いますので、今日いい気づきをさせていただいてありがとうございました。私の講義は以上です。ありがとうございました。おめでとうございます。
どうもありがとうございました。審査委員長臼井佐子様より講評をいただきました。ありがとうございました。それでは最後に一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会梶川勝正理事より第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズ閉会のご挨拶を申し上げます。
理事の梶川でございます。まずは本日入賞された生徒の皆様、本当におめでとうございます。また惜しくも入賞を逃した生徒様の皆さんも本日は非常に残念ではございましたけれども、皆様は今回400を超えるエントリーの中から本選10名10チームに選ばれた皆様でございますので、ぜひ胸を張っていただきたいなというふうに考えております。本日皆さんの発表を聞いてまして、このコロナ禍の中でですね、探究活動を進めていくにも非常に制限があったかろうと思うんですけれども、皆さんの熱意というのが非常によく伝わってきました。でぜひこれからもですね、この探究活動を続けて未来のチェンジメーカーになっていただくということをぜひ期待しております。そして、本日ですね、生徒様の保護者様、先生方、この生徒様の探究活動をですね、この1年間以上をですね通じてご支援をいただきましたことを改めて感謝申し上げます。本日このチェンジメーカーアワーズで探究の成果を途中発表するという機会を生徒さんは持たれたかと思うんですけれども、これからも続く探究活動というのをぜひ引き続きご支援いただけたらというふうに考えております。あと本日ですね、審査委員長の臼井佐子先生をはじめマシュー先生、安河内先生、一日長時間にわたって審査をいただきまして誠にありがとうございました。特に佐子先生にはですね、本日のために京都からはるばるお越しいただきましたことを改めて感謝申し上げます。本当に先生方のようなですね方々に直接話をプレゼンを聞いてもらって、質問やフィードバックをもらって質疑応答するという機会をですね得られた生徒様っていうのは非常に貴重な体験になったんじゃないかなというふうに思います。ぜひ先生方にはですねこれからもこういった生徒さんの活動っていうのを支援を賜りたいなというふうに思いますので、ぜひともよろしくお願いいたします。あと本日司会いただきました長谷部様、誠にありがとうございました。プロの司会者の方にですねこのような会の司会進行していただくということで非常に貴重な体験になったというふうに感じております。はい。あと最後になりますけれども、JTB 様、ジャパンタイムズ出版社様、その他スポンサー企業の皆様、会員企業の皆様ですね、この会に関わっていただきましたすべての方々に厚く御礼申し上げます。誠にありがとうございます。 でそして、本日の設営に関わっていただきました事務局の方々、あとは設営に関わっていただいたスタッフの皆様にもですね、このように会がスムーズに進んだのも皆様のおかげというふうに思っております。誠にありがとうございます。で最後になりますけれども、この会に関わっていただきましたすべての皆様へのお礼を申し上げまして、第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズの閉会の言葉とさせていただきます。本日はどうもありがとうございました。
以上をもちまして第4回チェンジメーカーアワーズを終了とさせていただきます。参加校の皆さんありがとうございました。また YouTube ライブをご視聴の皆さんも最後までご覧いただきましてありがとうございました。審査員の皆様もありがとうございました。また来年お会いできることを楽しみにしております。ごきげんよう。さようなら。